Happy Tuesday, everyone. Hi, V. Hi, Chaotic Kitten. I'm fucking so proud of you, Chaotic, for getting a fucking job interview. Let's go! It takes forever to onboard, but it's something which is way better than nothing, so stoked. I'm stoked for you, bro. As someone who's been loosely, let's see, it's been like a year now. Like, basically a year since I lost my job. In the first 6 months, I was looking for jobs hard. And now, I'm streaming. Does it pay the bills? No, but we're vibing off of savings. Until they run out. How's it going? I'm so fucking proud of you, though, Chaotic. I'm so hyped. So many good things are happening for everyone around me. I'm so excited. Like, fucking Miss Positive, they got their shit figured out so they can stay in their apartment. Just fucking pogging. You got your fucking job offer, which is awesome. Gordy got fucking partner recently. Like, I'm so excited for everybody. It makes me so happy. But yeah, I'm fucking pogging. We're hype. We're fucking hype, bro. I'm so excited for everybody. Everybody's doing such a good job. I want everybody to keep being proud of themselves and keep doing a good job. You guys are amazing. Woo woo! Woo woo! I'm so proud of everyone. Everyone's doing such a good job. I couldn't ask for a better community. I couldn't be prouder of my community. And it's so awesome because, like, when you guys succeed in life, I feel like I'm succeeding too. I'm feeding off the vibes. I'm feeding off the vibes like a little parasite. Except I'm cheering you on. I'm not really trying to take anything from you. I'm just trying to cheer you on. But yeah, hi Pixels! Oh my god. Okay. What's your favorite dinosaur? I remembered to upload my video before I started streaming, so everything is out on time. I am gonna wait a little bit to post it on the socials, for V highlight because that way less chance of my stuff cannibalizing myself, but I am so happy. Today's a good day, I think. Tomorrow we're not gonna do a collab because I'm gonna be taking a little break. Oh, and oh my god, how could I not add this into the hype? We got our comic lore of debut video fucking art funded. Like, dude, we're pogging today. We're pogging today. Pogging so hard that I don't even need to take my meds. That's a lie. I'm gonna take my meds. Take your even if you're having a good day, take your meds regardless, because your meds are probably part of the reason why you're feeling better. But I'm so happy. Oh, you know what? I'm changing the manifesting success for you. That is today's stream title, is manifesting success for you, because that's what I feel like. Manifesting and working. I'm so hyped. Oh my god. W's all around. I know! It's fucking amazing. I'm so happy. I just want everything to fall in line. I want everything to fall in line for every single person. Like a fucking beautiful, like a positive domino effect. Because I feel like domino effects are often regarded in a negative term, but like, what if it was a positive domino effect, you know? I want positive domino effects. We have too many negative domino effects. So let's have some poggin' fucking positive ones. That's what I'm feeling. Maincoow. Post. Post all. And then I'm gonna go in and delete. Oh, I didn't. I should probably like quote retweet this. But I didn't. I've just been talking about it on stream. I'm so excited that we'll post. Alright, and I'm just gonna go back and I'm just gonna delete all these little extra links. I feel like when you're scrolling through my timeline, there shouldn't be too many links. I don't care if half of my stuff is just reposted. I just want most of it to be I post. Alright. Alright, today, what is today? Today is Tuesday. So let's uncheck. No, this got posted, but the YouTube bots hasn't gotten posted yet, so we gotta do that. For the first time, I know that it's you, but I can know by the look in your eye. It's it's Monday. VODs. I think that was the 13th of last week. 16th. 16th, 17th. This is done. Page cover. This one, save. Let me change the cover on this. Because I realized when uploading it to TikTok that I did not do a good job of making sure that it would crop nicely. This one will be better. Oh, well, bam. There we go. Makes me happy. Okay, and then 28, so 29. And then 28 can come back here. Yes, okay. And then the oh my god, okay, so hold on, there's a thing. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna play repo really quick. Because fucking Discord has this thing that like if you play it you get a little thingy with it, so I'm gonna do it really quick. Stronger. Oh, Moon got repo? Yippee! So excited. That's cool. Thank you for the boop, Rainer. Hi, happy Tuesday. Welcome on in. Oh, so today we're also gonna do, I think I need to do like a monthly event for this, which is like, does count? Does count? If I keep it on in the background, does it count? It does. Okay, pog. Because I don't want to get too sidetracked right now, so. If I keep the game open, it counts. Alright. Is never over. What is happening? This one? What was I thinking about? I'm gonna tell you guys something I forgot. Oh, I want to go in and do the monthly, which should be an event that happens once a month. Which is me create events. This is text channel, voices. This is gonna be called the the subbies. I'm just gonna call them subbies as a private channel. For Milk Club homies. The channel. Honestly, studio should go above and subbies. I need the I wonder what I do this one. This is the chat, so I can keep track of sub babies. And then This one, this is subbies. It's your events. Monthly sub. This is going to. It should be on a Monday, so it'll be like the 30th. Once a month. Monthly on the 5th Monday. Sure. I created this so I can remember to check on who is sub so they can have a special sub charm in the milk club. Okay, cool. So violent pornography, choking chicks and sodomy. Where's my shit? Where's my shit? Is it in here? Oh no, this one, sub charms. Righty, gotta put this one over here and take this one and then do this, and then I'm gonna hide my screen really quick because maybe it's a little bit too much sensitive information. I should change the sub names, but I'll do that eventually. I don't know where I see this. Violent pornography, chicks and sodomy. I forgot where I see this. On your TV. Oh, interesting. Violent pornography, choking chicks and sodomy. Oh, download myself. Save. Open brackets, maybe? Okie dokie. View CSV. Cool. Alright. Copy all these? I can. Cool. I'm gonna put this back in here. Open. Alright, so this one's not needed. Let's see. This one. Gifts. Or gifts, I remove them. Gift. Oops. Oh, not that one. Oh, not that one. Cool. Thank you, Kieran, so much for the fucking 10 biddies to play the Titanic flute. I appreciate you so much. Hello, hello, lovely to see you. Oh, I do have that one. Okay. Hello, how are you? Alright, and then an Oxy on this list, I think. Oxy. Okay, don't. Alright. I'm gonna share my screen because this is just, I'm just showing you guys all the stuff. Wacky's on here. My mom's on here. Noble needs to be added. Bobby's already on here. Yeah, he is. How's you? I am good. I am just tier 1. Forgot it. Tier 1, tier 1. Yes. Coffee. Me, my wife. I am good. I'm just going through our subs because I'm supposed to monthly to make sure that everybody knows that I appreciate them for subbing. Vexed. Also Viecto. Also Jaeger's already in here, I believe. Yes. Kiwi should already be in here as well. Yep. Fruit Bat. Yep. And then Rhino. Rhino should be in here. Yes. Okay, cool. Coolio. I'm just gonna womp. Thank you for the head pat, Shadow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I don't know if we'll do the quotes anymore. Well, that'll depend. It'll depend on whether I hope you are as well. I am. On whether or not the new charm design has them. Because it might not. So. I just want to put like a note thing here. You've subbed to me once. Put you in this list. Hopefully tomorrow's a bit calmer. Oh, did something happen today? Do you need to talk about it? View it. They can view it, but they can't do anything else. Sub analyst. Actually, should this be a private thing just for me? It could be, actually. Actually. Delete channel. Boop, boop. Actually, let's do this differently. Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh, I think I did it backwards. all embeds. And then create a thread. Just a long day after work, then got home and had to take care of the cats for an annual checkup and shots. Got home, shower, food, etc. So missed my own stream again. That's okay. People are there when you stream. The biggest thing to remember is that people are there for you. So if you're EP and you're like, you'd rather sleep, they'd rather want you to sleep too. You know? I'm sure they'll miss you, but I'm sure they're happier that you got rest. I mean, I'm sure happier that you. I'm trying to think. June. Sub check completed. I did set an alarm, I just didn't hear it. That's valid. That is valid. The times that I have missed my alarm because I slept through it is so high. Woke up to both my cats coming in for a cuddle session. You know, that's how it be. June 2025 subject. Cool. Which is a good way to wake up. That is a good way to wake up. That is a wonderful way to wake up. My cat's never waking me up like that. Well, that's not entirely true. She has kind of woken me up, but I just gotta go back to sleep. To be fair. Because she just comes in for a cuddle and then I go back to sleep. That's the wrong one. Change. 17. Odds. No. Nope. You take this guy. I'll upload these guys. Public finish. And close. Alrighty. That's all done, which makes me happy. Check my phone. Make sure my mom didn't text me. I want to do a little research right now. I could. Claim reward. I am human. Use now. I want to wear the Reaper one too. Most important thing is that both kitties are healthy. Yes, that is very true. That I remember feeling that way when Moira a few months ago had to get her shots. And I was like, bruh, it was expensive, but I was happier that she got all her shots and that she's healthy. She's a bit on the smaller side, I think. I think we were expecting her to be 10 pounds, but I think she was like 8.5. Yami gained a lot of weight, which is good. She's about 4 kilograms now. Cute. I'm glad babies are healthy. I was so happy. I like it when kitties are healthy and happy. Alright, I'm just gonna check my VGen, make sure I'm not missing anything over there. Today, okay, art to-dos. Create new sub harm, and then what was the other thing I was thinking of? Create panel for not yet, actually. Okay, I don't think I have anything. I think we're good. Okay. I think we can just get into editing for today. Okay. We'll start with big highlight. That's interesting. Oh, it's because I can't read. Got it. Got it. I was like, why is that all the way over there? I got it. We're good. This one needs to be Nikorichi. Boop. I need to put this in stream memories. Oh, not that one. Memes. Boop. Oh, I had to put this one on the fridge too, huh? I guess so. I guess so. Alright. Where are... Let's make these. Oop. Main font. Interesting. Oh, I did it wrong. I fucked up with the wrong one. It's this one. Okay. Now we do the right one. What if I wanted to break the fall up in your face? What would you do? What if I found the floor? Does that feel right? Okay. That's fine. Cool. Take me down. Bury me, bury me. I'm not in it. Rest of my life, what would you do? 78 4 5. Or 8. I think 810 was the other. Ethan. Let's do it. I want to start it. Okay. Right there. And then let's do it seems to change, I know. This is the end one, I think. Actually, no, I think that's fine. Do this here. And then let's do this one because I like the details on this model. If you want to go all the way over to here. Yeah, let me change the speed of this to 150. not sure if it's okay. On the way you're talking. Let's see, this is Jelly Bean one. This one. I am not surprised you have left for mine. Only you, my love. Quite kind of you. I think this section will be good for this because this shows the glasses effect that she was showing off in this video. You have over here. This one, and then the jelly bean one. This one. Let's do this one. Apply. Retain. Wrinkle. Wrinkle Solar Rex. Solar System. Solar Plex. Around, you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lie. Played that funky shit to 11. I'm alright. You thought we were riding to heaven. Shit to 11. Rotation. and so much more, which is where I added this one. Clips. Find it. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Now my motherfucking lights. So crank that funky shit to 11. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Your fucking light. Crank that funky shit to 11. 11, 11, the fucking one. The funky shit to 11, 11, 11. Well, you don't know me. You don't know me at all. Well, you don't know me. No, you don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. I don't know what else is a song. Actually, I do want to listen to that one. Okay, cool. Alright, and let me take. Not feeling love. Just make sure that background looks all good, which it should. Pog. I've rotted in your brain. I won't easily mention splits. You think I'm a crazy bitch? Here's my life. Dead. Up to you. I have a question about this actually. If I take this, can I like? Let the devil in. You're telling that nothing badly. This thing that I've got hard time against the light in your brain. Oh, how easily think I'm a crazy. Close my eyes to the tent. I'll talk to you. All you out. Skin. Let's look at the TikTok layout. Do Legion, TikTok, and Twitch. And then I need music of love. We will see. Couple of monsters. I mean, like a. What's this one? I prefer a pop. LMNO. Pop. Hang on. That's right. Oh, I gotta go get the song. This one. Nope. Down tempo and nostalgic nature, powerful gaming, tech news, powerful. I want a cute song. Yeah, I think I like this one. And then I'll put that in here. So. Maybe I should go here. Cool. No. Text color generate. And now this seems a lot faster than it was before, to be honest. The Snapchat generation. It's very nice. I like it. It makes me happy. Also, I should see about scooting the tide over a little bit. Much too much. Much too. -52. Okay, cool. Position apply. That's adorable. FTD artist has so much up there. Believe that I'm sure you're gonna wanna. Nakarichi creates stunning should be green. Stunning live 2D model movements. Creative and aesthetic. You may have seen them around the block as they create quite a few helpful showcase work they've done. Nakarichi created adorable helpful like for jelly bean. you want to see more of their works, check out their page and their commissions over on VGen. The river running right into you. Oh. Cool. Cool. All done. Now I gotta do... That one's done. Do V-stars next. Do V-stars. Put my body push over. Oh my goodness. Okie dokie. This one at the beginning. Let's do music first. Some powerful gaming songs. Hip-hop, down-tempo, nature fantasy, down-tempo, relaxed. I don't really want to there's a lot of down-tempo that came out this week. What about this one? I think this is valid. Let's go to V-stars. This one. To fade it in. We'll clip it at the end. Okay, we gotta throw this down. Hi, Kiwi! How was your meeting today? I hope your meeting was good. Dynamic like a JoJo pose. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Let's see. Where is it? It's clip operation. Replace select. There we go. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Clip operations. Replace this one. No, it should be. It was created by videoediting. Oops. I guess that's fine. Meeting was okay. I got cake for the June birthdays, and then there's a mix of good and annoying updates. Understandable. Well, who knows? Maybe you'll be working at that comic book store soon. So, like, you know, enjoy your cake while you got it, cause you're about to get a fucking pie. You know, unless you like pie less, then eat your pie, cause you're about to get cake. You know. I don't know why, but like a part of my arm is being bled. Alright. Hi, Vexed. How are you? Great analogy. I prefer pie. Cool. I think Lotta's is gonna have to get the inverse effect. Good chilling in my basement on my day off. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm just vibing. editing videos, and then I'm going to be working on new sub charms because they're going to be inspired around the Notigays, which is a Korean good luck charm, but I'm specifically going to be referencing, because right now we have like a little paper and then it's a Konpedo charm, but I feel like it doesn't really make sense because I'm Korean, so we're going to base them around a style of knot that is created for good luck charms, which is these ones, but I just want the word. So I don't know which one we'll do, because there's different types. There's different types of like knots that you can do. I don't think I'll make it like super complicated because I feel like simplicity is nice. So I might do, I don't know. I feel like this one. You guys can't see because I don't have my mouse on my screen. This one? Orange one? I don't know. I'll have to like look through designs and stuff. And then figure out how to fucking do it in 3D. So I can do it the easy way, or I can do it the hard way. And my brain is thinking I'm probably gonna do the hard way, so it'll be great. We make is a natural. Actually, I quite like this one. Does that one have a specific name to it? This budge, this budge, this budge, this budge makes me awaken the need. Is that the ginger one? Or is this the 4-clover one? Tomorrow, whoa. Like shop all kinds of neat trash. And when we go back to my, it's this one, I think, yeah. My fucking hands touch the sponge. I think it's the eternity one. And let me see. When I see you, think I am me. Rainbow songs in my heart. Make her fall in love with me. Yeah, I think it's this one that I like. Get it again. It's so slow. Speak low. Yeah, it is. Make you lean into me. It's a really good example of it. I'm just gonna add this to a group. Add a group. New group. No name. Okie dokie. Makes me awaken. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna change this. I wanna do this one and this one. I'm the closest one around. Do this one. Oops. And then this one. And this one. Fuck yeah. Okay. Okay, and then this is where I start adding in the clips. Simple-minded. Oh. What's the clipping on this? 7826. 826. Or does this one also have my ears? It is. Rose is an angel when she's sleeping. Oh. Let's see, zoom out. I like her smile, it's cute. Let's do another one. I will have mine. Isn't it so good? You shine as the dust in the wind. And the southwest wind. All around, around. Boop, boop. And then fairy tale character, happy and fairy tale, and oh my eye itches. Oh my. Okay, okay. This one, this one. This was within our shrine. This guy, I want to center it. Actually, I don't have any of the other TikToks that they've made. Oops. I know that Twitch really needs a slow dance emote. It does. It does. You just take the booba one and just slow it down, you know? That will work. That would work good. Mine. Oh, mine. Wait, what is this? I'll take this one. Video editing. Download. That one's cute. That's a little doll. That's cute. Yeah. Who say that I should settle down, but I don't wanna. Oops, wrong one. Thank you for the wellness check. I should drink some water. Honestly and strange. But say I'm love, the way you lie, nobody do my shine, body and love. You always say that I'm sorry. Oh, they're so much smaller than like the content on their screen. That's very interesting. In the sun, on the run. Run, I'm picking you up. The sun, around the room. Okay, that's all good. And then I want to do like sound clips, I guess. I think would be a good idea. That's not the right one. Happy fairy tale. Okay, I need the MP3 for this. Old video, MP3, start function. And then, or let's just do it one at a time. Because I need the timestamp. So it's 25 seconds? Thank you for the song request. Excited to listen to the song that you have requested. Just do you Hero Academia? Where? You guys not have her? Do they not have yet? I saw that name. Trying to sue you. My Hero Academia. I just want to hear her voice in German. Do they have a line of it? Oh, they don't have... I want to use their voice line, but I can't if I can't find one. A clip of it. Voice line. Voice? Does this really not have? Does Bakugo? Hi B. This song is pretty. Maybe this one was All Might. I'm not seeing the green froggy. Eva the Bonks, how's my little cat? I just finished Genshin. How was Genshin? I'm doing good. I'm trying to find a voice clip of this character from My Hero Academia in German, but I can't find it. I've decided to call my raids that are called TV raids. Genshin was good. TV raids is catchy. It rolls off the tongue nice, and I'm glad Genshin was good. I just want to hear her voice in German. Big Dog Triple OG Pimpster, what's going on? Daddy Dr. Kev, how's it going? How's it going? How you doing today? Following death and birth of a dragon. We did a super long quest involving death and birth of a dragon. That's cool. I like it. I know who her voice actor is. I just want to hear it. Hear the check-in. Why can't I hear it? Oh, my braid. Said dragon is now in human form and adorable. Okay. Wait, does this video have it? Is this All Might? I don't want that one. Chinese American magic bear number? What the fuck is that? Also, that is not how song requests work, unfortunately. That's how they work. Till I found her, now I find. Do you? Bruh, I just want a voice line of hers in German, bruh. Yeah, that's how it works here, Dr. Kelp. That's how Vex did it a little bit ago. Hog? His response was adorable as in cute baby dragon or as in you have a new boyfriend. He knows me so well. That's valid. Cute can mean two different things. Do this. Alright. Go. Thanks, Vex. Why are you out? Thank you, Vex. Just say thank you to Vex. Like 11 seconds? Oh, yeah. I have to mute all this. Thank you for the monkeys. Thank you for the wellness check as well. Stay hydrated. I am. It is too hot not to. What? What? What is my ears perceiving? This is the wrong one. First was the wrong clip. It's over here. Oh, it's the wrong one too. Huh? Oh, it's this one. Okay, cool. Download. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Oh, that's an MP4. What? It didn't work. Boop, boop. Make it MP3. I gotta say, this is a good song. I think it's like this section. I find it interesting that German ribbit is quack. Alrighty. Now I just need to do subtitling. And I'm gonna take a break and do some New York Times games, I think. That's such a funny emote. Okay, I think I can close this. Hi, Zoe. Happy Tuesday. Leave alert. This one. -19. And hot, like that since you just ordered. Lata is in English and German. VTuber, they not only stream on Twitch, but they also do German voice acting for characters such as Happy from Fairy Tale. Let's say from My Hero Academia. I wouldn't. I'd be surprised if you already knew this VTuber since they create fun and entertaining. Down on me. This is the international VTubers model created by. Thank you for the song request. Alright, New York Times games for a little break. I have a life-size version of Alan being made. Of Alan? Who's Alan? But I'm still hype? Life-size version? Where are you gonna fit him? Bro, what the fuck? Where are you gonna put him? That's crazy. That's awesome though. Where are you gonna put him? Is it like a plush version so you can like sit him down, or is it like a statue? Lamb. He is in my room. You gotta snuggle up with him. I'd snuggle up with him. Imagine if you had like a Pim or a Charlie. A Charlie would be huge. A life-size Charlie would be fucking huge. Yes, it's a plush Poggin. That's fucking cool as fuck. It'd be very comfy to sleep with, to be honest. He's a good body pillow shape. Not gonna lie. Let me sidestep as a quick question. Then no. What's the sizes at tall? Okay. What's this one? Hotheads? Lids? Expensive, but worth it. I believe, but it's gonna be so comfy. If they use like really good fabric, which I'm expecting that they will, it's gonna be so comfy. I'm jealous, to be honest. It's gonna be so comfy. This, okay. Bring home, adopt. Darling, one getting favorable news. I don't know, breakfast with cream cheese bagel. What bears do in the bear markets. It's gonna be a 12-footer. Oh my god, you could like encase. I don't know how tall you are, but you could encase yourself in it. That would wrap around me twice, bro. Twice. If you do want to share pictures, yes, definitely share pictures in the fridge channel. Spiel? Media dear? Media darling? Oh, spiel. Ah, that is not how I thought spiel was spelled. Active. Tape. Tape. Activate. Hog. Spanogram. Let's go. Audio. Fuck. Oh? Slide. Ooh. Tie. No. More. I don't know how to spell. There's so many big titty anime girls. You know, that depends on where you're looking, you know? Really, you know? You know, the deep freezer, man. It's a spicy place, you know? I'm glad you enjoy. I know this isn't gonna be live. Halide. Not flight, right? Not. Fuck. Jlight, Clyte, Slight, Malite, Nolite, Blight? Is it Blight? What? Elite? Ah! I tried. Healthful helpers? A nurse? A doctor? Button. Button. I am a surgeon. We don't have. So we freaky. And if people are like waiting, uh, calcium. Nope, I don't know. Like vitamins, I feel like it'll like vitamin supplements. Supplements. Zinc, magnesium, magnesium. There you go. Is flaxseed in here? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's probiotic. Let's go. Now for my favorite connections. Well, I get this one. Who knows? Okay. Solid pod, cast studio, plain stern, hull, firm, title, line, tough, shell, husk, director, point, and rigid. I think it's like pod, cast, shell, husk. Either that or hull, but I feel like cast. I'll be streaming. Fuck. Is this one? Ah, you think it's hull too? Okay. Okay. I was close. I was close. I mean, like, Cass is close, you know? It's close. I love that little emo. It's like he's blushing. It's so cute. Okay, stern, firm, tough, solid, rigid? Yes. Cast, line, director, studio? Wait, you did... You did studio twice, Kiwi, you bitch. It's not line. Well, I was one away, right? Title, plain, point, solid. I thought line because it's like title. Let's go! Scene in opening credits. Yeah, it's title. Good job. What's the last one? Objects in a zero. Wait, no, what the fuck? No, you were right. You were admire puzzle. God damn. Yeah, you know you were right. It's cast, director, studio, title, and then line, plain, point, solid. Objects in 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird one. Yeah, if you're on mobile, the delay's a bitch. But you did a good job. You did a good job, and I'm proud. Oh shit, yeah, you did it. You did it. Awesome. Render, bloop, bloop, bloop. My brain. My brain is like asleep right now. The last time and scream until there's nothing left. Complain, I don't want this anymore. Big Dog, Triple OG, what's up? What is up? Mr. Dr. Kelp, how's it going? What's up? What? I'm sleeping like a dog on the floor. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna see my dog. Alright, this one's like super easy because I just gotta plug and play things. I don't want this anymore. Nice enough, we're done. Oh shit! Oh shit, that scared me. Oh shit. Oof. Oof. Remember when the Minecraft hurt noise used to be oof? You guys remember that? You're like a dog on the floor. Like a king someday. We got this guy. Clips. Move this. Oh Mary, forgive me for her blood. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Video needs a headbang toggle when we're rocking out. Just fucking him nodding. I could do a little animation. I probably could figure something out. It's really big yawned. And none of you can understand how big that yawn was, but I need you to understand that was a really big yawn. Like this. Okay. And then scripts, right? That's what we're doing. No. Let's generate. No one better than me. What? What? Listen, sometimes you just gotta go with the no flow. No, the no brain cell flow, you know? Put your paws up. This normal kitty is probably innocent, but their fur pattern really makes it look like they're wearing a ski mask. all the cuteness. I mean, I let them. My entire house. Now I got this little guy who was born from a new litter of pups who seem to be teething. Only for the owner to realize that it might also be a genetic habit from their dear old puppy. Finally, this week, we got this adorable fluffy baby who can't help but cuddle up and try. Oops. And try to steal their owner's hat. They just want to snuggle up and never let you go. Not even to the outside. Hey. And then what location does this need to be? Negative 104. Position. This one. Nope. There you go. That's everything, but I might do a club clips. Starting the club clips, I might not do everything for the club clip, but I might at least. Ooh, I need to post that on on Twitter and stuff now. Will be highlight for today. Oh, I just need that box, this Tom box. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. Just realized maybe my videos were like rendering weird only because I have an outdated version of DaVinci and hopefully it'll be better now. That's a very high hope, but I'm hoping nonetheless. Post. Boop 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 ba-doo 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 boop boop boop. I wonder how hard it would be to make a dance animation for him. How does one even do that? I guess we could look it up. How to make animation. Oh, I'm not typing. How to make animation live. Oh fuck. It's getting hot in here. Make an animated hog. Dancing what? I want to make BLT. So BLT can do this thing where he goes like this. If you type uppies in the chat, his arms go up. But I wonder if I can make him like sway his arms. I don't know how to make to VTuber. Alright, let me watch this 9-minute YouTube video about how it works. Big large. Won't work if set as an output parameter and it can be set as an input parameter. Okay. That's a lot of shit, brother. Hold on. I don't know, dude. Control fire. Bruh, that's a lot of work. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Brother dog. Brother dog. It's you guys. BLT is you guys. Let's make him headphones. Let's make him headphones, actually. Those don't look like— what do you mean they don't look like arms? They're his little arms. His little stubby arms. That little stubby arm. You're making fun of your little stubby arms? Not very nice. Let's start a fight. Let's start a fight. Let's start a fight. Oh, this was the wrong one. I need the BLT hat one. Okay. I want to give him like headphones. Like, could I just give him headphones? I'm curious. Like, how bad is this gonna look? Joey Valence? That is this person. We are listening to them. Whoa, it's like partially transparent in the mesh. That's cool. Wait, emo wig? You want him to have an emo? What? What layer is BLT on right now? I'm curious. I'm 11. Okay, cancel. Cancel. An emo wig? Yeah. Oops. Oh, that worked. Tools, color, transparent. Save. Alright, how will this look? Why won't it go in front of him? And 2 layers below it. What? Why won't this go in front? All I wanted was you. What the fuck? Oh. Layers! Yes. This order 2, but how do I change that? Because I have a feeling it's because I need to import it from here. Oop. Yeah. Oops. Is he set as a top layer? No. That's why I was so confused. I don't like pinning to him though. There you go. All I wanted was you. I wonder what it would look like if I like did it like this though. I'm like curious. I think the fact that it's a shitty JPEG makes it so much better though. High key. Nope, not that one. Items, BLTV3, this one, yes. And then, there you go. I'll actually make him an emo haircut, hold on. There's a way, my pen tablet. I want to keep using my mouse or else I'm going to destroy my wrist. So alone. Spotify knew Q was going to ask for an emo haircut.
It's not a phase, Mom. Lamau less than 3.
Whatever you say, kiddo. If it makes you feel any better, Mommy's still in that phase too. Oop, that brush. Mouse. You can see it locked and put underneath. I don't know how I like this one. It should be like this. Oh my god, there's so much layering in this. Okay. And now I just gotta clean it up. Gotta give his hair a little texture, you know? Them emos are all about the texture in their hair. Funny, my brain just was like, you know, back when people were emos, times were a lot simpler. Now we got a bunch of crazy shit now. Strengthen my spine. I don't like that. Get thicker. Excuse me as I take you to the extreme. I'm acting impulsively. Let's do it the other way. I'm such an airhead, no strength in my spine. Those intentions, I can't make it right. Really tainted, I don't see the signs. Alright. empty. I think what we gotta do though is we gotta keep his little hoge though. Alright, now I gotta combine all these. Should be able to just join curves, and now and then have this be this color. Oh fuck. Such an airhead. These one. And then just to add a little bit more to it, I will add this back into it. Oh, my eyeball itches. Oh my god. Granted, I don't see the signs. Like that. And like. What is happening here? The salty waves come in, dash against my skin. Oh my god, my TV, everything I see. Rasterize. Now will it work? Nope. Hold you down on me. Alright, let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. I love because I love your face. Oh my, your expensive taste, and who cares if I'm an invented place from a new perspective? That would be a good idea. We have been getting out of here. Everything perfect times. Sometimes everything is fine. There you go, BLT. It up inside. There you go, buddy. You have a real emo haircut. But there and let me correct it. I wanna live a life from a new perspective. Not because I love your face. Oh my, your expensive taste, and who cares if I'm not defended? I live ways from a new perspective. Be a good idea. Should I bring it up a little bit? I'm getting out of here. No, that's the point, right? Is that you can't see his eyes. I was just like, oh, you can't see his eyes. I'll desert you. Reaching through your bed, took a look around and said, watch me go. Stop there and let me correct it. I wanna be alive from a new perspective. I'ma love because I love your face. Mama smile, your expensive taste, and yes, if I'm an invented, I wanna live it from a Which one do I want to do? Like a true emo, he's changing his hairstyle with his mood swings. Exactly. Soon we'll add like strips of color and stuff. Jaw. Lockjaw. What's this one? Hear the news about Peak? I did not. What's going on with Peak? Yeah, we'll do this one. The security flaw they're fixing? Is that a meme? Is that a meme? I saw like the intro of that TikTok and then I like scrolled off because I why is BLT emo? Rite of passage? Is that a good enough response? Thing that happened with Pilgrim is happening? Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I'm too poor to get it right now anyway, so. I don't know why I did it this way. I already have the tab open. Also, hello, my wife. Did you have a good nap? This one also is by devouring. That's crazy. Well, I kind of want to give someone else a chance to have a clip. So let's do. It was okay, understandable. Hot and making food. Or I hope the food is good. The sun is coming to kill us. What is this one? What is this? I'm having leftover chili. Yum. Yum. I feel like there's two mind the gaps. Ah, I'm being poked and prodded. Why? Damn it. Lockjaw. Meeting part 1 over. Yippee! I hope your meeting was good. And do that. Club. Clips number 8. I just want to edit this, at least, even if I don't do the sub captions. What do you think is more Zoe, you or Zoe? Probably Zoe. Cause she grew up in Burbank. But she knows Korean, so I can't speak Korean. Yeah, I was funny because I was editing the clip, but I figured you meant K-pop Demon Hunters, but probably so. I have a lot of notes, things to run by you with the book stuff, so probably need a full talk later. Nothing bad, just many thoughts. Sounds good. Actually, let me zoom this out because I don't really know what's happening. That's perfect. Cool. A little bit more down. He hates it. Pixels is firing you. I believe it. After the fact that they're gonna redo my pretty world map, I believe it. And then, like, this happens. And then... Imagine getting fired in Twitch chat. Too late, it just happened. It just happened. I can't imagine it because it's reality. That's why BLT is going through a phase. We saw mom get fired in Twitch chat. You made me ugly laugh. You're welcome. He's going through. He's trying new hairstyles.
It's not a phase, Mom.
No, yeah, you're right. It's not a phase. You are correct. Nope, it's not a phase. BLT says it's not a phase, so it's not a phase. I'm gonna be here. I've said it twice now, so it has to be true. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. This is him now. Let's see. I'm freaking out. Yeah, I think that works. Because then it would be like me fighting it, and then me you dying. Then oh Maiwa. And then he dies. And then 1 minute later, and then yeah, I think that's fine. I die. My wife would die because we be silly goofy goobers. Alright, it doesn't show up if there's multiple. And then cropping, crop. And then right here, I sent you the best ad for TikTok Friday. An ad? Is it for? I just saw what you put in the fridge. Is it like? Oh my god, the pine. Is it the Pine Soul memes? I'm getting so many Pine Soul ads, bro. Oh my god, the pine. We should add more. Nah, I'll do it another time. I'm lazy. Okay, so here we do a thing. You'll never guess. Yippee! I like that. Anyone else super selective with their cleaning chemicals? Hot water soap. So I spent one specifically for pixels. Ooh, I like that because then I'll have to figure out which one it is. I know. Back. I use institutional clean. That's valid. That's completely valid. Add freeze frame. Enter. Add freeze frame. Okay, wait, I gotta look for the Omaiwa. Omaiwa. Jojo? What is that from? Omaiwa. Okay, there we go. I know how to spell it now. Twitch 8 save. Just scoot this. Be here, and then we go back. Right? I can do like a yeet noise. Download. And then if I added a yeet sound effect right here for when Boffy gets eaten. That's not bad. Let's do this way. Taking a second. Na 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 na. Please don't forget. I think I'll use email BLT to comment on all of your TikToks going forward. That's valid. Just be like, Mom, I need my hair, and then I'll give it to you, and then you guys can be emo BLT. Na 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 na, please don't forget. Na na na, please don't. Who can say where the road goes? Where the road goes. Beer be picking up wings. Have good wigs. I need the MP3 for this video. I don't wanna listen to this right now. I'm thinking about, I've been listening to it a lot this week. Same with this song. Oh, sure. That was cool. Okay. Cool. I'll go here, and then it would go like this. And then we cut that there, and so it would go. And if we could do the fuck. Where's that resource from? Is that, do I have that in here? I should get that again. Why did I put it? I know I have it in one of these. In the last one of this? No. No. Pretty sure it's in my clips. Just which one is it in? Posted. No. No. This one. Video editing. SpongeBob BGs. I'm sure there's a SpongeBob instead. And then... This one. I think that's good. It's only 19 seconds now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. Cool. Okay. That's good. That's good, I think, for now. I don't wanna do more than that today. I think I'm gonna get up and get a little stretching in. I'm gonna go make myself a quick PB&J. Go use the bathroom and stuff. So I will be right back, and then we will do, I think I want to do some art. Some 3D art. So I will be right back. You guys get a stretch and a snack break as well. If you can, I will be right back.
What the fuck?
I want you to know, Kiwi, that scared the shit out of me. I was making a PB&J, and right as I bit it, I heard the what the fuck, and I was like, oh, what's wrong with my PB&J? Fucking scared the shit out of me, dude. Fucking hot in my office now, though. Chat, it's so hot. It's like, okay. Well, hopefully it'll be fine. It's like 84 in my office, but I kind of wanted it to be 75, and that's a 10-degree difference. I don't know if that'll fucking suck my AC's energy. Won't you raise it? Big lips, slip off. And the lip gloss. Image a new tab, and this one. Let's get into curve hell. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do this in 3D. Like that. I don't know how I do the backside, I think is my problem. I think it should be mirrored. If it little kitty, even they just fuck. It's smaller than my toes. Smaller than my toes. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be honest. It's smaller than my toes. Smaller than my toes. Hand down, oh baby. I'm begging. Because I want to make it like actually made out of one string, but I think if I do that, I'm going to die. Because how in the fuck knuckles am I meant to do that? See? Okay, A goes over B. Because if I do this thing and do it like how they would do it in real life, that's gonna take so much fucking time. Can I lose you? Yeah, na na na. Begging, begging you. Love and hand down, baby. Begging, begging you. Alright, how am I gonna do this? I'm hard to be a man. The man you want in the end. Can I begin to live again? Because wait, where does this knot come from? Bro, I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm begging, begging you. Hand out, baby. Begging, oh wait, this could have a front and back. So they're doing like, yeah, and then they're making it like that. Ah, so they like fold it back in on itself. Yo! This looks hard! This looks hard, Chad. I don't understand. Baby, begging you. Should I make one? Maybe I should make one. I think I have paracord. Hold on. Alright, paracord acquired. Alright, what color do I want to use? Use gray. I used to make paracord bracelets, that's why I have paracord, but I don't do that. Because my mom wouldn't let me buy them, but she let me buy the supplies. She let me buy the supplies to make paracord bracelets. I used to. Alright. Alright, let's follow this tutorial. Alright, chat, I believe in us. Okay, so we have that. Yep. And then we make another one. Do a mom to a king. What's king to a god? What's a god to a non-believer? Okay, I did it. I got it in my hand. My hands are too small for this. Oh, I need to cut this. Hold on. It's like this much? Okay, hold on. How much is this? Wait, fuck it, we're cutting it. I don't think I have scissors in here. I have a knife! This will work. Oh, this is scary, chat. Chat, I shouldn't be doing this. Chat. Okay, I did it. Hog. Hog. Okay. Now I have the string that I need. Don't tell Moira. Okay. Yeah. I had to cut paracord. And I didn't have scissors. Because I was using the X-Acto knife and I was pulling again. It was scary. But I did it! Thanks. I think that was the scariest part. The final last words. Okay. Alright. So now... Okay, I redid it. Okay, now we take the two in ones. And we do it like this. Okay. Huh? Wait. 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 What? Okay, hold on. Let me try it this way. Wait. No, let's redo the video. Okay, so she like splits it in half. Okay. Okay. Let's say the okay. Make okay, and then I do the 3. Okay. Oh god, I hear Moira. Wait. Okay, and this is hard. Okay. 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 So this goes up. Okay, and this one goes around. Okay, and then hold on. And then we pull this one down. Huh? And then we take this one and we bring it back. Wait, what? Oh, this one. This cord. Okay. Wait. Oh, fuck. Okay. This is hard. My wife ordered 75 wings for 6.5 people. Is that enough? I don't know. I don't know good food to people ratio. Is that enough? I think that sounds like a lot, though, huh? Like, well, no. How many is that? I don't know. Is that a lot? Hold on. I'm sorry. My hands are tied. I can't look up stuff. I'm physically trying to make this thing that is on my screen so I can understand how to 3D model it better, because that's how I do be doing, you know? Best way to learn how to make something is by making it in real life, and then hopefully you'll learn something from it. Okay. Let me take these two. Let me fold it up. Now, did she put her thumb under or over it? Okay, so it's like over. Okay. She's like holding it at the base of it. Okay, and then hold it at the base, firmly grasp it, and then take this guy and put it to the left, and then down. Oh shit, oh shit. Again. Did I do that right? I feel like I did that wrong. What the fuck? Okay, so this one. Okay, have the 3 again. And then okay, she's like holding it at the base. Okay, now she's taking the 2. And you're gonna put this to the side, and then you're gonna put this in the back. Okay, and then you're gonna loop this over. Okay. I think I did it. And then we bring the second one down. Okay. And then this one goes back in on itself. Yeah, and then yeah, we have this little tuggy part. Yeah. Yeah, this little tuggy part. Oh, and then we put the horizontal loop through the tuggy part, and then we tighten it. Okay, hold on. Okay. I think I'm getting it. Okay, put it through, and now I. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, and then I tighten it. Okay, chat. I'm getting. Oh my god, I'm getting somewhere. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. Okay. Okay, now she's holding it. Okay. I did it. Okay. Okay, so they're supposed to be even. Mine are not even. How do I make them all even? So this one gets pulled a bit, but it's even. Okay. And then this one next to here. Wait, so Did I fuck it up? Oh shit. Yesterday was you. Everybody wants something from you now. Okay, okay, I think I get it. Okay, let me undo it again. Gotta undo it again. I think I get it. Okay. Rolling up the sleeves, chat. Okay. 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 We have the center one. And then this one. I'm gonna be so excited if I do this correctly. I'm gonna show pixels so quick. Okay. 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 And then I take it from the base, flip this to the side, bring this up and over. Bring this to this side. Okay. And I bring this down. Right, I bring that down. Impression. Okay, so wait. We're doing this one in here. Yeah. So this one goes in the little loophole from the extra string. And then I pull it. Think? It's only change. Okay. Okay, I think I did it wrong again. What the fuck? Chat, this is hard. Alright. Put it down. Okay, we got the 3. They're all nice and even. Okay, now we're gonna go back because I need to watch this again. Okay, she's holding it at the base and she puts it to the side. And she takes the 2, she puts it through here. Yeah. And take this and then put it on top. Like this. Okay. And then this one goes down. Oh, oh fuck. And this one goes in here. Nope, I did it wrong. God damn it. Okay. Just being fun, listening to one, falling for each other. Thinking orange skies, feeling super childish, no dawn. Maybe I need to make it longer. Maybe that's my problem. I'm making it too short. I'm not giving myself enough room, wiggle room. Maybe that's it. Radiant beam in the night. Okay. And then hold it at the base. Put this up and over. Up and over. And this goes here. The left. Okay. Up and to the left. Ah, and then it's this one. Okay, wait. Okay, so she's flipping the first one, and then the one in the middle goes down. Right? And then this one goes in through here, I think. And then I pull this tight. And then okay. Okay. Okay, well, it's not exactly even, but I think that's okay. Wait, that's not what mine looks like on the back. Wait, what? That's not what what? Oh, sh. Maybe I tied in the wrong one. There's no good I want tonight. I won't hit it all. It outside my window. I can see it all. It's just on my wall. My fingers are cramping because they're overextended. Okay, so I think maybe I am doing the wrong one that goes into. I return, welcome back. So that goes over. And then that middle one goes down. Oh, and then it's the long one. It's the oh, fuck. Okay, I was doing it wrong. Okay. So this one goes here. This one goes here. Like this. This one goes down. And then this one goes through the loop. This one goes through the... Why? What's going on? Why is BLT emo? He's just expressing himself, you know? He's just expressing himself. You know, nothing weird. He's just expressing himself. Oops. I think I'm doing this right. Is that? No, I did this wrong. I pulled it along. I think I was supposed to pull this into this loop. Wait, what? As even Yep, he always wants uppies. You think bikers don't love their mamas and wish they could get hugs from their mamas? That would be incorrect. Alright. Alright, 5th time's the charm, right, chat? I think I was having a better time when I made the longer strands with it. Okay. So I made this. Right? Okay. Thanks, DJ. Oops. Wait. Okay, it's this one. Please. Hello, video babes. You told me some first time. On the ground. Okay. This one goes through here. Oh, I'm running into something. Get my clothes open and service. You still into my fingers. Just keep on. Chasing shadows. Oh my god. I let it go! Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like my hands are like too small for this or something. I wish it would stop hyperextending because it's like hurting. Okay. If I did it like it's a shoelace, maybe that would work better. All right. Now I got the three equal pieces, and then we squish, and then this goes up and over, and then this one goes across. Okay, let's maintain the up and over. Shadows. And then this one goes here. And then this one. Do you know that lemurs have a grooming claw? I did not. That is very interesting. Makes sense. A lot of animals have things that are just for the functionality of cleaning themselves. Okay, now this goes through here. Now, if I just pull this guy. Okay. All the time. I have questions that I don't know the answers to. You need a. How did I do this wrong? Is it wrong, or have I just not tightened it all the way? Lurk doing random shit, trying not to be bored. Understand? Really showing K-pop demon hunters to my nephew. Fuck yeah! I'm trying to make one of the charm things, the made-ups. It's the string charms that go on Norigays, but it's hard. I don't know why it's so hard. Okay, what about smaller? Let's go smaller instead. Maybe it's just too much for me to hold. Completely possible. If you can figure this out on your own. Okay. And this goes across. And then this one. Forgot those weren't your hands. Okay, wait. Does the last one. Wait. Okay, the last one. Fuck. Wait, okay, nope. I'm gonna have to do this with the other hand. I mean, they're kind of like my hands. When you think about it. Okay. So here, and then up, and then up. So we have a bunny with 3 ears. Bunny with 3 ears. Okay. Now we take the 2, put this here, take this guy, put him across, pinch it, we'll pick up our thumb, bring the second one down, and now what are we doing with this last one? Okay, so that one comes down, and this one has to come down behind and go across. Wait. Okay, it's these 2. Go back in there. And then this gets tied in. God damn it. Oh fuck, did I do it? Okay. It's all that I can. Oh, I think I did it. Okay. My heart cry, feelings. Okay. I did it. I did it, chat. I did it. Fuck yeah. Okay, now how does... I think I need to make this part shorter. Let me make this part shorter. And then at the same time... And now they belong to this guy. Belongs to this guy. Okay. There we go. I did it. Okay, I did half of it. I've done half of it, chat. Fuck yeah. Okay. Now their backside should look like my backside. I think I have to twist apart. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness, my hand already hurts. Okay. Okay. Now we take this one, we fold it back up. This one this way. Okay, wait. One this way. Wait. Okay, so this one comes this way. This one comes down. And then this one goes in between. And then in through here. And now we pull it closed. Oh my god, I did it! Oh my god, chat, I did it. Oh my god. I gotta go show pixels. I did it. Oh my gosh. Okay, bye. Love you. Mwah. I fucking did it! I fucking did it! I fucking did it! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I did it! Chat, it's so cute. Hold on, I'll take a picture of it. My phone. I'm gonna tell my mom too. Like, I made this. Please don't mind my dusty ass fucking thing. Oh my god. My desk mat looks dusty. Oh, are you making a charm? I am! I'm making the traditional good the traditional Korean good luck charm. Because I wanted to 3D model it, but I didn't know how to fucking 3D model it, so I said, fuck it, I'll make one in real life, and now I just made one in real life. And it was a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be, but I did it. I'm gonna tell my mom. Thank you. This wants to make 3D model. I sent to my mom. I sent it to my Bobby. I'll be like, that desk mat is gross. And I'll be like, shush, shush. What's the point? Yoo-hoo! Okay. I'm so proud. Yee! Okay. Cool. I'm glad I did that. Hehe. That's so cute. Maybe I could put like a charm on it or something later. Or could I do that now? Do I have any of my jade charms near me? I do not. Okay, that's fine. I'm like hang it up somewhere. I'll like hang it up on my fucking monitor. Yeah, dude, that'd be cute as fuck. Okay, cool. Oh wait, did I use them all? I might have used most of them. I don't know. I'll have to check. I'll have to check. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now I have a physical reference. Oh, and then if I wanted to make that, I would just extend these out a bit, right? Oh fuck, I like tied it. Okay, well, I kind of like how it looks without all the gaps. I think it looks kind of cuter without all those gaps, actually, in my opinion. My mom texts me back. I want my mom to text me back. I want you to tell me you did a good job. Okay, alrighty. Let me turn my fan up because it's hot. Okay, so I could make this a few ways. Okay. So I think I'm gonna start with trying to make curves, I think is my plan. This isn't really mesh, no curve. Rebuild, apply, do 12. Okay, and then actually let's take this half. And do it like this. And then do it like this. That way I can get a sense of, okay, it's much more like looped down and then like in, I think. No, I keep going on. walk beside me. And unbelievable that unconceivable we knew. One, we two are in love. I want to like tape this to my monitor. Do I really not have any more of those beads? Seem to be ours. What is that even? It's cute. Okay. So then, you to hold over and over. I keep going on. The world we knew. World we knew. Guess we will go. Attach. Oh, I didn't attach it. Looks long into the night side because the song has me in my field. I love this song, dude. I fucking love this song. Brings me back to World War II, you know? I'm kidding, but, you know. There we go. Is how that we took. You know, it just, you know. Brings me back to the war, I know. That's what I'm saying. But we knew days when you to love me. Over and over, I keep going on. Now the question is, so these are all on the same level. Okay. I see. Okay. Look at all those spelling errors. I don't know what you're talking about. There we go. You cannot heap money on all. You cannot heap money on all. And the last tree has poison, and the one that has poison. Cannot heap money on all. Cannot heap money on all. Ice cream time! Oh, ice cream! Your time came out great. Thank you. Thank you. I want to add like a bunch of beads and stuff to it because I think that'd be cute. And I'll have to like singe the edges so it doesn't fray anymore. But I'm very happy with it. Why isn't my mom texting me back? I want her to be proud of me, damn it. Confetti cake. Ooh, fuck, brother. That sounds delicious. Just like this. Cannot heap money on all. You cannot heap money on all. And the last tree has fallen and the rivers have. You cannot heap money on all. There you go. Now those line up, and then I just modify this one. What the fuck? Confetti cake skill issue? I love eating my lovers. I mean, what? What the fuck? Don't eat the people that you love. I mean, you could. How the fuck are you supposed to make this in 3D? I guess I just make it. Oh, wait. Why am I not just using mine for reference? Yes, eat them, freak. That's crazy. I mean, if that's what you want to do, as long as you use protection, you do you. You cannot hear money or no. You cannot hear money or no. You cannot hear money or no. Last has fallen in the room. Yo, this is really making my desk mat look gross, okay? Guys, don't look at my desk mat, okay? Just whatever you guys do, just don't look at my desk mat. Okay. Yeah, see, this much more follows how I'm doing it. Okay. Go. And then... And then... duplicate these, and then control vertex. I thought I duplicated these. And this one goes up. Right, so it's up and then down. And one goes left. It goes up. And then down. Oh. So I would go like this. And this one. And then, let's see, goes up, and then down, and then out. Okay, and then 180, 80. Okay, and then which one is connecting? So this goes up and then down to split. And this next to this. Always below. Pretend the ocean. Princess of the cables. And then some splits. And then this one. Okay, so goes up and then down and then splits. Splits. And then the bottom one. What the fuck? In the hands is cracking one thing, and signs of thoughts of bed chamber. You much labor all day, every day. This you much labor. She's on my tongue. Okay, the other way that I could do this, because this is starting to get a little confusing. Actually, keep these two. Because each of them have one that they split out of. Yeah, this side is the one that clearly shows which ones they split out of. So we have this one that goes up. This one that goes this way. The berries in my eyes are bursting. Would it be the worst thing? All you I thought was my savior. You make me tear. Oh, out of labor. In my hands is cracking. If I loved them, would it be a bad thing? You want the virgin, where you victor? You watch labor. If there's mother maiden, then a virgin, nurse and a surgeon. 24/7 baby machine. Live out different streams. Okay. This one goes down. It goes down. And then there's live to attend him so that he never lives. Thing the 24 Kevin baby machine. He can live out his picket fence dreams. It's not an act of love if you make her, you make do. Too much labor. The reason my eyes are bursting. If I love, would there be a worse thing? Was my savior sure made me do? What a labor. Live out picket fence dreams. Love to love you. All right. Baby, no. Ain't in the passenger seat and you're reading me. Where's your Vex, you're so cute when you react to music. Let's delete these. Let's attach. Attach. Oops. Is this being weird? Okay. Nuh-uh, I'm not cute. What? How dare you? You know, I will say I'm not a good judge of a lot of things, okay? But I'm a good judge of when things are pretty cute. Liar alert! Liar alert! Am I the liar or is Vex the liar? Because I think Vex is the liar. Here, you know? Vex is the liar. Cool. Vex is a liar. Vex is a cute cutie. It makes me very happy to see you in chat every day. I will say that honestly. Don't cry. It's okay. We just love you, that's all. That ain't so bad. Neither 180. The fuck? Oh, maybe 165 is actually good. Okay, cool. Do this one. Attach. Oh, let's do it this way, actually. I hope tonight I can carry a disease. One, two, three. Get ecstasy. Get on the curve. Get on the curve. Get on the curve. Get on the curve. Oh my god. Get on the curve. Oh my god. Get on the fucking curve. There you go. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch. There you go. This is so cute. Like 1, 2, 3. Rebuild. Secrets I can kill your disease. Alright, then let's see. Okay, so now that we have that's pretty good. Now the question comes into where we add in the opposite side. I think I'm gonna need to start looking at it from this angle. Curves attach. Huh? Oh, right. Okay, they're separate. Over attach. There you go. Okay. And now what happens if I go to curve surfaces? Where's the sweep mesh tool? Create sweep mesh. Node multiple curves. Is that a pickle? It's a sausage, got it. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Why am I getting spam calls more than I'm getting my own mother's phone calls? I'm kidding. Say the words, but I fell into the baseline. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. Details. Top view. Top view. Alright. Pixels told me a better way to do this, and I probably should just do it this way. This way? This way? Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing as well. When you feel good in the garden, that's where we all know how did I keyframe this? Delete. How about the hearsay? Always behind in the limelight, 'cause I would I can't have my lines. Then I understand. I'm glad you came. You say yes, so stick to me. Stick to me like caramel. Walk beside me till you feel nothing. Well, I'm free. What was I know ever love? This is all there's no one to tell. Bitter over it all. Began to tell the like before. Was waiting on. Keep dancing along to the rhythm. Stages of prison. Beautiful nightmare. War's vision. Take what I'm given. First incisions. The better. Actually, would it not be easier to do this? I give you what you for. Dancing along to the rhythm, pages of prison, beautiful nightmare, a war of nutrition. Take what I'm given, deepest incisions. I got better, but maybe I didn't. Let's go there. I'm gonna escape, Mom. Let's go there. What else can we take? Can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Let's go there. Go escape. Come on, let's go there. What else can we take? Can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? To a place where golden street. Go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go we take. Oops. I need this one. I love you like I will love this one. Oh, I need now. Take these arms, make them mine. I think I did all this right. These groups. And then I'm gonna create. Make them mine. Will take me higher to a place where my men see. Will you take me higher to a place where golden street. 7, 7. Thank you for the lyrics, Zach. Okay, chat, what do you think my chances are of getting a game with 1,000? I believe. That's a lot of mods, but I feel like I've seen more. I believe in you. Unless you have a kind of dog water PC, then, you know? I mean, I believe that you can at least get to the main menu screen, you know? I wanna, hey, oh. Aw. I believe in you. Mine is okay, it's got 60. I believe, you'll be fine. You'll at least make it to the loading screen. That's what I believe, is that you'll at least make it to the loading screen. It's testing time, I believe. I think you got this. I should make this like 11.5. Kinda looks like it. Let's do 80%. 85. 85. Five, 1.5. Let's fix this guy. Okay, and then these ones? No, these ones. And then what the fuck? 85. And this one. How does it look? You kind of go into each other, so like. It kind of goes into this one. Protects. This one kind of goes into this one. And then vortex. And this one goes into this one. Okay, I got on my back. I like it's fresh. I just like you. You. They just like you. Transparency. Hmm. I think the problem with these is like this comes too far, to be honest. Okay, I'm in VR. Let's see if it boots. I believe. Transparency. Let me know. Let me know. Transparency. Okay, you got me to work. I'm gonna redo my room backdrop in Sims. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm proud of you, Miu. Really? Okay. And maybe I just need this to go in more. Okay, that's my problem. Yes. Fuck it. Failed the damn it. You got this, it's okay. Maybe it was just something you didn't turn on, you know? That's how it always had to end. If you then know again. Put out my name. Those are the flames in your eyes. And then this needs to go down in more. Because I lay down too close. Way up alone. You go. Wait, what is? I do a reset install. Hopefully that'll fix it. Fingers crossed. Are you trying to like mod Skyrim? That's the only game that I can think of that has that many mods in it. H3VR. Interesting. I've never heard of that one. That's a quarter of the total. A quarter? Holy shit. It's actually kind of crazy. Hello, friend. How are you? I'm good. I'm 3D modeling. What's up? The VR shooting sim focused on extreme realism with guns. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I had a friend that worked on one of the popular VR type. I forgot what it was called though. Popular VR shooting game. It's not this one, is it? Oh my god, please stop. Pavlov? I don't know. Here, I can look it up. Hold on. I remember his name. Hold on, I just don't want to dox him. Hold on. It was on the Meta Quest. So I don't know if that helped at all. Onward. It was Onward. It was Onward. I don't know if you've heard of that one, but he worked on Onward. What is this? I have a message in here. Oh, Onward is awesome. Yeah, they worked on it for 2 years. They were the gameplay engineer. for that game. They're very nice. They were very nice. I really liked working with them. They were one of my favorites. They were so nice. Yeah, it was cool to work with them. They were very nice, and they were just very. It was a good. they were someone that we really needed on the team to lift our spirits. Okay, just a freaky like it's so physical punches on. Oh my god, Teeny, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. Fuck yeah, brother. Thank you. Virtually. Thank you, Teeny. Thank you. They did a great job. The gameplay of Onward is fire. Yeah, I'm glad. Can't stay. I'm about to pass out. Very tired, but I wanted to pop and say, oh, Teeny, get great rest. Thank you so much for your support. Please, I hope you dream oh so well. Thank you so much again for your support, and I hope you dream of magnificent dreams, only of your success. Thank you again for the support. But yeah, no, they were really cool, and I think because of their experience with Onward is why they were brought onto the team, if I recall. But they were amazing. I'm really glad I got to work with them. Take care, homie. Love hanging out soon whenever you're free. Of course, of course. I'm gonna get through all my projects. Not all of them, but yes, we do need to hang out. Does this look right? I think I dragged it up too much. Yeah, like there, and then this one can go here. And then I think... Get the amazing stuff. Thank you. Have an amazing dreams. Thank you for stopping by. We love you. Oh, I froze the mod loader. Oop. Hey, that's getting somewhere at least, though. Am I right? I think. Yeah, that's getting somewhere. That's a step further than you were before, right? At least that's what it sounds like to me. Love you too. Good night. Yippee. Yeah, see, you got this. You got this. You got this, Vex. Whether you believe it or not is, you know, that doesn't matter. But what does matter is that I believe in you. Believe in the me that believes in you. I'm just really redoing the mod tag because I have a couple. I have a couple for that game. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. Sometimes that's what I used to have to do with Minecraft. I would just like reinstall everything because like clean it on up, I guess. I'm gonna be honest, this isn't really what it looks like. Maybe I made it too thick. Go back to 1. Really wish I could change multiple. It was too many. It's okay. It's okay. Soon we'll get even more powerful computers in the world, and then that will be so little. Easy. Perfect, but it's not that bad. I think I kind of want it chunkier. Kind of liked it at that 1.5 chunk. Love each other, then we'll both be fine. Be your brother and I'll hold your hand. No, I'll be there for you. Okay, let's look at it from the above. They stayed. The ones are hard. What a fancy car. Not that bad. If I do the other ones, 1.5, maybe a little better. I'll have to exaggerate how this bottom bit looks, but you know I'll be there for you. Fuck, I forgot about disk space. Ooh, do you not have enough disk space? That's completely valid. I always forget about disk space. It's like RAM's the most important one most times anyway, you know? So it's kind of like... I'll be there for you. I never have enough disk space. Fuck! Want to know I'll be there for you. You. I got 1 terabyte, so I usually run damn near that much. How much disk space do I have? How do you see how much disk space you have? How much disk space do I have? Windows system settings. System storage. Oh. I have that much. Oh god, I don't want to look it up. I don't want to have to think about how many files are on my computer right now. Unforgettable. Oh, no, not that one. It's this one. They're the same amount. Okay, okay, okay. Cool. Now that I know that you know that, I will also go to you for my tech problems. Hehe. Just kidding. But okay. Easy. Just uninstall everything on your computer except for your web browser. So that way you can still watch me. And then, just install the mod. And then easy. You'll be fine. Smiles. How is it still forgettable? Oh, Mr. Forgettable. Oh, unforgettable. Oh. I'm literally gonna factory reset this PC this summer because it's easier than going through my files. No, that's a fucking mood. Pixels does that like I think every couple of years is like he'll just wipe his PC, making sure to keep all his files backed up and then just clean install Windows. I am too much of a pussy to do that because I have so many files on my computer and I've lost important files too many times for my liking. Okay, thank God. Like, what the fuck? I am not exercising right now. I am working on art. We're exercising our brain. That's on fire. Okay, wait, dance. Fall out. Something like that. Why is my mom texted me? I want my mom to see the cool thing I made. She doesn't look at her phone at this hour. Oh shit, Pog. I saw Conquer came. I will go that. Aww. Oh, this art's so cute. That's cute. Walk this way. 99% of the files used, so I'm just gonna back up some game installs. That would be annoying to reinstall. That's valid. That's valid, yeah. Oh my god. I imagine having a PC without, like, if I didn't have all the art files that I've lost before and I wasn't attached to them, how much easier my fucking life would be. Because then I'd be like, you know, I got these files, whatever. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Honestly, if I could, I would just have it to where, like, I have a PC for certain programs. Like, I work off of one, but my files exist on another. Almost like how, like, as if I had, like a NAS system. Like, I had a PC and then all my files were on the NAS. That would be nice. Cause our household has a NAS. My roommate set up one. But I technically don't. I mean, I do have a file on it, but it'd be nice. Alright, I think we're getting somewhere, chat. Alright. I'm just gonna make this a bit more organic with what we have. Alright. Oregon Kitchen, my files are useless. That's valid. Except a few recipes. I mean, those are very important. I would beg to say that those are quite important. Let's bring this back down a bit. We're taking it down. We're taking it down. We're taking it down. I don't know how I feel about this. Bottom line. We're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Fireball. Okay, cool. And then do this. Put these at the bottom here. 5. 6, 7, 8. Shit. 9. Oh, fuck, okay. 1. Oh, that is not what I named that. Cool. Three, 4, 5. Well, I feel like a hacker in a sci-fi movie messing with files while I got a VR headset on my forehead. Yeah, you're hacking into the mainframe. Agent Vex, your mission as the hacker is to get all the nudie files off of the president's computer before it's too late. That would be the movie. That would be the whole movie. But the president obviously wouldn't be our current president, obviously. 13. 11. 9. It'd be like if Michelle Obama was president or something, you know, and then it'd be like, next, you have to get the files of Miss President's computer. We only have 10 minutes. Or whatever. It's always like a stupid amount of time that they're like, gotta do this in this amount of time. No pressure or anything. 13 is 11. 6. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 10, 9. Fuck, you mean 10 minutes? That's no time! But we don't have any other choice, Vex! You're just gonna have to make do with the time, Agent! Okay, 3 packs are left to install. Nice. I've made it. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Thanks for roleplaying with me, Vex. I always have those, like, thoughts in my head, and then I, like, never say anything because I think they're kind of silly. But it's fun to know that they get reciprocated. Silly gang, rah! I get called silly once a day by Pixels. And I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's when I'm doing the most mundane shit. I hit 1,000 mods. Nice. Nice. I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll make it. Life is just silly. What? What do you mean? I didn't even do anything. The question is do I think I do, because I kind of want to. I'm gonna do this on mine. Not that way. Control vertex. I want these to come in. And go up. There you go. Oh my god, this is cute though. These are the curves. This is modified geometry. And then we can delete these. Hide this, and then we can start making it whatever. Smelling strong. Everything it's not for me. Give me everything it's. I'm just gonna smooth this. I like it. I like it a lot. It's testing time, I believe. My mod, Zodiacs, is playing League of Legends right now, and I'm like, what? What? Why? I've been thinking about League of Legends way too much recently. Okay, that's not gonna be in the VOD, but that's crazy. That's low-key fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck do you mean this song plays right as I start talking about Arcane and League of Legends? What the fuck? That's a little weird. It's running. Yes. Woo. I know. Get away from me. I feel so awkward now because like I had like a whole I was gonna have like a whole conversation about like League of Legends and stuff, and I was like, do I still have it considering that fucking my FBI agent is fucking listening to? Yeah, God fucking heard me apparently and was like, huh? League of Legends? Good lord, what? I feel kind of shy now. Like, do I still want to talk about it, or like, do I just? He wants to be my enemy. This is a good song though, so it's kind of fucking me up. But like, what do I do? I don't want to download League of Legends again. I don't, because it takes so much time. The thing, okay, so like I was talking about it to Pixels the other day. Like I miss the downtime of League of Legends, like because the game is so poorly optimized. It takes 30 minutes before you can load into a single game, you know. And like I just kind of miss that downtime, right? And like that kind of wave of like, oh, you're not doing anything for a little bit, so you can just talk to chat. And then you do something, and then you gotta lock in and stuff like that. Like, I miss that a lot. But I don't miss League of Legends, the community itself. And I'm like, ugh. But I don't really know, other than games like Tarkov, like games that have that kind of like downtime aspect within them, that I think I would like, because I feel like Tarkov would be too hard for me, personally. I want to make like a jade pendant, but I don't know how I feel about this. First time I wanted my mom to look at something I've done in a long time, and she doesn't respond to my text. This is the first time I've been upset at my mom answering my text, because usually I'm the one that's like kind of bad at responding, but now she's the one bad at responding. It's like, why? Why? Peter, where are my mods? What, did your mods like not load in? This beginning and in my hand. Bury the blank space before you open up the dirty window. They're not here. Have you checked your butthole? Feeling for you, who can let it in? You know, just had to, you know, make sure, you know, that never hurts to ask. Hold on, I'm gonna look at a jade pendant that I don't have. Oh, I have one on my wrist. I was like, fuck, I don't have like the jade charm because like I put it. It's like on a little chain that I made. It's got like little cute little dangly trinkets on it. But I was like, damn, I don't have any more of those like jade little things. But I have one on my wrist because I made matching bracelets from me and Pixels a long time ago. For you, open up the dirty window. If I could, I'm gonna be honest, if I could, I would make every single person in my chat a friendship bracelet. A customized friendship bracelet, and we would all wear custom friendship bracelets. But some of you live far as fuck away, and I don't have the money to spend to send it to you guys. Bracelet, yes, bracelet. It'd be one of those little campy kind of ones, though. Like with the lettering and stuff. You can let it in. Oh, wrong version. Ah, that would do it. I have a friend that does that. I just like them so much. I have one that's like, it's super simple. It's super simple. It's not, it's like this one. What the fuck? I don't want that mouse. Okay, there. It's this one. And I made it out of like a red silky cord for me and Pixels, and has a jade pendant on it. But you know what shit fucks? Loom bracelets. Oh my god, do I wish my VTuber had a loom bracelet, bro. Oh my god. I loved loom bracelets. I still have like the little loom bands. I use them as hair bands when I cut my hair short. And I don't need, like, my hair's too short to use like a full ass hairband. I'll use the little loom bands, but I fucked with loom bracelets, bro. I fucked with them. I love them so much. I love these, bro. Like, oh, I fucked with these so hard. Oh my god. Oh wait, that's not a loom. Okay. A single band quadfish. Whoa. Someday I'll make more of these. I'll have, you know what? Someday we'll get big enough where money doesn't matter, and then I'm literally making everyone in chat a fucking loom bracelet. It'll even come with care instructions, because if you don't take care of it, they'll dry out and they'll crumble. So you gotta take care of them. My god, I'd love to do that. Oh my god. I gotta write that down somewhere. General ideas, literature, website, other. This is other. Other. You, what? What have I done? Sunshine. Oh my god, I like this one. Make loom bracelets as a reward for big event. Oh my god, imagine if I had the confidence, I would go to conventions. Not you, I'm finding the mods. Oh! Oh, good job. Good job for finding them. What was I gonna talk about? Yes. I've already forgotten. Oh no, I forgot. God damn it. What was I gonna talk about? I was gonna talk about something and now I've forgotten. I don't know what it was gonna be, but I presume that means it wasn't important. I was gonna talk about something. It had on. Yeah, I don't remember. Nope, I don't remember. Mr. Sunshine. Oh, I remember. Imagine if we if I was like brave enough. I'm not brave enough. Currently, I am not brave enough. To go to a convention like TwitchCon, and everyone that meets me at TwitchCon would get a bracelet. That'd be so cute. Be so stinking cute. I'd love to do that. And you guys get a piece of me to take home with you. That didn't come out like I wanted it to. There we go. I think that's gonna have to be bigger though. Go, cons are so fun. Bro, I got body dysmorphia. Maybe someday. Cause I do, I want to go to Offkai and I want to go to TwitchCon someday. Big Dog Triple OG, what's poppin'? What's poppin'? What's up? What the fuck is up, my dude? Oh, we gotta make a bell. I want a bell to go on it. Hold on. I want to look up multi-gay K-pop demon hunters. Because Rumi and Zoe both have bells on there. Ooh. Ooh. Do they have any other socials? Left me wanting more. Look out next door. Do that for. I was happy. Say. I am that way. I myself all day. Numbers I've lost back then. With a little help from a friend. Waiting to tell at the end. Hit me up on the phone. Still have a little wine in my mouth. Probably because I'm feeling alone. At first, I see you cry. It makes me shine. It makes me smile. Oh no, not the diss space, not again. No, oh no. Fuck. I'm sorry, Bags. Do you hate me? Do you want me back? Nothing now. Want me now. You're calling me up on the phone. Do you have a little wine in a mode? Only because you're feeling alone. At first, I see you cry. It makes me shine. It makes me smile. At first, I smile. And smile. First time you cry makes me smile, makes me smile. It was never smile, and smile. Please smile, please smile. These are all good songs. Did you see the summer sale soon? No! What do you mean? My wallet can't handle the summer sale, Vex. I'm very excited to see what goes on sale. I do at least like perusing what goes on sale, though. I do like at least perusing. Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? You need me like I need you now. On the 26th, I will be broke by the end. Oh, valid. That's what they're banking on, that you'll be broke by the end of it. And you'll be busy playing games. But I don't know, I might buy some, if I can save up a little bit, I'm going to get some horror games to prep for October. I know that's a few months away, but I'd rather get them on sale ahead of time than when it's too late. Oh, don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need you now? Tomorrow when the night feels crazy, all I do is just meet me at the It's till the 10th, so you got time. Oh, Pog. Oh no, that's really good because then I can wait for like my Twitch payout and stuff. And I just take a little bit of it. I should be putting it towards rent. Please don't at me, but girls gotta live a little. And by live a little, I mean make sure I have content for October. Smiles? On my way. Sorry, typing in VR is hard. No, take your time. You're good. You are good. Do not stress. I got it there in the end. It's okay. I go crazy. All you gotta do is just meet me at the apatu. Meet me at the apatu. Meet me at the. I want Chunky Star. I always like Chunky Stars. Oops. Huh? Oh, it's this song. George Lopez time? Let's go. Oh shit. Alright. Alright. It's a little higher. Okay, it's loading. Hype. Fuck yes. Oh, right. Honestly, I was surprised that this is the one that played. I honestly thought it was gonna be the Baby No Money one. Bum 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 bum. 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 Bum bum. Oh, right. The. What? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, right. The. Should I do the whole thing? I don't want to do the. Oh, I guess I could do the whole thing and then remerge it. Or maybe it's not necessary. Have to be bigger. Take a little trip. Take a little trip. Little trip. Take a little trip with me. There we go. I think that's pretty okay. One of the D&D songs? I think it is. I should save this. Oh my god, I have not been saving. really want to listen to this. No crystal ball. Fuck this, I'm playing a different mod pack. Okie dokie. Understandable. History. This way. This one the same. I really wanna do is really wanna do. I can't. Is that I should make I really wanna say, baby, I wanna say is brother. What is it? Am I brother? I have no penis. Can I still be brother with no penis? I would like to be brother if cannot have penis. But what Okay, what if I grouped it? Did it here. And did it to world. Rotated it a bit. Wonder what happens when it's raining. There's only love you when the playing. Is that a groan tube? That's what they sound like to me. I'll make this thicker. Thank you for the beds. Oh shit. Hi, werewolf. How you doing, hon? Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. This is not bad. So this will be green. This will stay at, these will be... I guess these could be the things that change color, and these could be the same. I'm doing good, just playing a scary game. Ooh, what scary game? The only happens when it's raining. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna play, Rent Lord. Only love you when they're playing. Ooh, Resident Evil 1. Nice. A classic. I'm in new go. I know say you when you. I wonder only happens when it's raining. I forgot a part of this. Oh my god. How could I forget it? Oh, there will go. In the rain will say no. You will know. You will know. Oh. I have this one here. What? There you go. In time, going up and source and out, forth into the world. Closing time, you'll find the light up. Wherever we go. Closing time. I don't know where I know this song from, but I do know this song from somewhere. I feel like it's because, like, this guy wanted to sing it with this girl, and then, like, that just didn't work out. Yeah. I know you wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. I'm taking time. What the fuck? They played it as the last song in Root Beer Cantina at Scout Camp, and it always hits hard. I just don't know where I know it from. Closing time. Close I wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. Home. The 80s good? Nope. Mesh, create. Sweet mesh. 2.5. Oh. Oh, take me home. I know I wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. I know I wanna take me home. Same time. I'm back. My sister-in-law is in town, so K-pop. So now Team K-pop Demon Slayers 2. Wait, what? Is it round 2 of that movie? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I wanna take me home. Oh, people are already asking for a sequel. Big Dog, Twibble OG! Oh, dwee! Just for Jinu. I could see that, but I don't feel like Korean stuff usually gets like sequels. Also, I feel like I'm getting debated by Dr. Kelp over here. I feel like he's making me say ooh words on purpose. I know that I tend to read whatever is said in chat, which is, you know, fair. Closing time. No, it just reminds me of Bingus. Oh, that's valid. It's valid.
The world will never understand the cringe in my heart when the life giver speaks to Woo.
Is this what it feels like to have kids? Damn, bro. Shit. My bad. I'm just having a good time. Come on. You know it's funny. Come on. You know it's funny. Come on. Come on. You know it's not that bad. It's not. Funny when I do it. The teen years came fast. They did. That's how I feel about Moira. Moira makes me feel like the teen years came fast. Tomorrow he'll be an office worker. Let me write that down. I gotta write that down. Tomorrow BLT is an office worker. Fuck yeah. It's creeping. It won't leave us creeping. Close your eyes. Okay, I have an idea for these.
No, I'll never become a cog and the machine working for the man.
Okay, what happens when you run out of lunch money, brother? What happens when you run out of money? And you don't have any more lunch money, Ever thought about that? What happens when someday you want to move out and you have to pay your own rent? It might be a spicy meatball. I have an idea. Progress report on the One Piece project. I've gotten 120 named characters in the first 100 chapters. What in the heck are you doing, brother? I'm very concerned. You okay? Are you okay, brother? I have another idea. Oh my god, chat, what have I done? Oh no, I'm gonna have to do this, aren't I? Yep, I'm gonna have to do it. Fuck, bro. You know that, okay, so for some of you that know, I have a little dangling charm on the side of my monitor, or on the side of the projector screen. I'm gonna have to make that into this, aren't I? Yep. Yep. Okay. Well then, this is the chat one. So, I kinda wanna change this a little bit. That'll be... I'm making a list of every named character in One Piece, and I decided to make it worse by listing all of the chapters they're in. That's some, I'm gonna be honest with you, Vex. That's some tism shit. But that's some tism shit that I fuck with. So good luck, homie. I believe in you. I fucking believe in you, dude. I don't like the way this lays. Fuck. Can't it lay like this way? It could, actually. It could lay that way. Huh? Huh? Oh! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry! Oh no! That's some real mom. Oh! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vex. I didn't mean to call you autistic. I meant to call Kiwi autistic. I'm sorry. Please don't get no me. Oh. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I don't know why Vex was a bit on the brain. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'm sorry, Vex. Oh, God. Maybe I am cringe. Maybe I am cringe. Maybe just a little bit, you know? Ah. I am. I mean, but I hate spreadsheet. Yeah, you're the other end of it. You're the other end of it, you know? Also, thank you for playing that song. I really like that song. They're my hobby, too. Me. Oh, no, big boy. I love the leaves. What did I grow? About leaves, what I grow? Actually, don't think I need this. Oops. Goes wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. The meow, meow, meow. The meow, meow, meow. This is how I'm coping. Florp is helping me cope. Ramadan. Chad, do you forgive me? I'm sorry, Vex. I'm really sorry, Vex, and I'm really sorry, Kiwi. I feel so bad. The only other time I do that is, and like the thing is, your guys' names are completely different. The only other time I've done that is with fucking Bothy and Body because their names are so similar. Ugh. So upset now. Titles, I am go wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. This is like worse than when I get someone's name wrong. Like, just cause like I don't, like if I don't pronounce it right, like that's one thing, but this is like worse to me. You're fine. I've been called my brother's name 1,000,000 times. Yo. I love this song. I'm gonna have to listen to the other one too, now that we're here. I care about you, but for me, Vex is always pink and I'm green. Maybe you're color. I know no, I'm not color. I know that's pink and I know that they're completely separate colors. I guess my brain was just thinking about Vex in that moment, I guess. That's like the only thing I could have. Is that I was just thinking about Vex in that moment. I don't know. Your sins, there's what's underneath your skin. Higher, higher. Ugh. I got it so bad for my mom, she would start shouting ear when she wanted one of us. What the fuck? Wait, how are you supposed to know which one who's being called? Also, I refuse to believe that this is what's his name? Project ZD? Or I think that's his name? I refuse to believe that that voice is his. Only one who knows your best, knows what's under your skin. Go higher, go higher, thank you. Yeah, different singers. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because I refuse to believe, like, that man is talented, but I refuse to believe that that man is that talented. Holy shit, Kiwi. Holy shit, Kiwi. You are a mad lad. You know, I try because anyone with a sibling has been called their sibling's name as many times. I am an only child. I have 2 half siblings, but I never grew up with them. So, yes. This is... Yeah, but I want to give you all single children syndrome. I understand that might be very common, but it's kind of like I want to give you guys single children syndrome. I know that would technically be impossible. That doesn't mean I can't try, though. I think this is good. I'm sorry. I want everyone to feel like they are the most important child in my life. Child. Technically, all of my siblings are half siblings, and I have met, and I have 3 that I have at least 3 I've never met. What if, and this is probably not possible, we were half siblings? That'd be so funny. I've met all my half siblings. Well, know of. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, so UV editor, UV camera based. And to be human. When was that? I want this to just be. This one. I have 23, and I have 23, and me and the only person with the same last name is probably a second cousin, which is weird since both my parents were only kids. Weird. That is interesting. Yeah, the only way we could be half siblings is if you were related to my dad's side, my dad's adopted side of the family, which is not likely, so. But it'd be funny. It'd be very funny. I don't think I have any relations in Colorado, though, so, again, not very possible, but it'd be funny. This one, this is the name tag. I have a younger brother, but he is not my little brother. Oh my god! I don't like that. Low-key, that's why I'm happy I don't have younger siblings. Because if they outgrew me, I would be so fucking mad. I would be like, what in the fresh fuck do you mean that you're bigger than me? What do you mean? That's just not fair. I'm part East Russian on my dad's side, so it's not impossible for a connection if you go back far enough. Possibly, but my side's German. My dad's side's German. Hi, Hagen. How are you? Yep. I got that German side. He's smarter, stronger, and bigger than me. Is he that smart, though? Because he's not here right now, so I'd beg to differ. My sister's 8 years younger and 4 inches taller. I feel that's crazy. I could not. I would stare at them with such malice and be like, why? Do you have something against me? And they'd be like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm like, your existence is bigger than mine. And I'm older than you? No. First things first. La 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 la. Okay, I'm going to take a top-down picture of this. Right view, top view. Bottom view, there you go. I have to make one of these for myself now, because... No. So... He's not at home right now, he's doing summer math. Oh, fuck! Well, he's got another year, so he can't be... No. 17-year-olds aren't that smart. Like, 17-year-olds aren't that smart. They may be book smart, but they're not emotionally smart, which I find more important. So I was in bed, then flying, and a flying daddy long legs eye bombed me, and I freaked, so I'm awake now. Did it go in your mouth? Did it go in your mouth? You know humans eat spiders? That's actually not true. Humans don't actually eat spiders. I'm pretty much a mix of every white span of the northern... Yeah, I mean, everyone's related if you get that far back. I failed math twice. Listen, math means nothing. Why? I don't know. That was the first thing I thought of. I don't know. I don't like spiders. I don't know. Why would you put that thought in my head? Because I know you. But to be fair, that is like a myth that was technically meant for Americans, so I think it'll be fine. Just not in their sleep. Ew. Ew, don't say that. Don't say that, Vex. Don't say that to me. Why is it not transferring the attributes? Oh, this one already has. Okay. Actually, all of these do. If you eat spiders, they can't scare you. I'm okay. Hey, it's a well, listen, I don't live in Cambodia, so I'm good. I don't have to grow up with that understanding because I live in America. I don't know what it's actually called, but it's the mayfly that people call a daddy long legs. Interesting. Humans eat a lot of bugs. It's just Europe and East Asia that don't. Interesting. I mean, I believe that in the context of like, what is it? What is it? It's like it's like coffee or something. Coffee has like, oh, what is it called? Ooh, I forgot what it's called. Like has bug stuff in it. Does coffee have bug shit? Yes, it's supposed to contain money. Yeah, there's like a percent that the FDA allows in coffee, like ground up bugs, cockroach and ants. Yeah, yeah. So it's like you there's a certain percentage of up to 10% are in coffee is allowed to be bugs. I'm glad I'm a spreadsheet fandom autistic and not a dino autistic. I get the joy of art and I get to enjoy the art of dinos with jowls. That's valid. I do technically before this month was Pride Month, it was Dinosaur Month. You guys know that? Make you go. Oh. Right now. Grasshoppers are gas. That's crazy. Scorpion is good. Stop. We are not having this bug conversation again. Because you guys are gonna judge. Last time we had this bug conversation, y'all judged the fuck out of me. And it was kind of, if I'm gonna be honest, it was kind of rude. You know what? Last time we had this bug conversation, I got a little judged. You know? And I think that was kind of unfair that I got judged and nobody else got judged, you know? It's supposed to be we listen when we don't judge, but y'all were judging me for my choices. And I'm gonna be honest, I was a little fucked up. I'm gonna be honest, it was a little messed up. Wait, can I do... Okay, these ones are already good. This one is not. It's UV shell, this one, UV planer. Okay. Okay, my grandma keeps believing AI, so I had to go science on her ass. How are you? I fucking hate spiders. If the only time that I will brave up against spiders if it's in a video game and it's super cartoony, if Pixel sees a bug first and he gets scared, I will man the fuck up and I will kill it because I don't want him to be scared. Also, I sent a Buffy your month, your One Piece girl, and I'm jealous of him and Pixels, but they get. How are you as I hate spiders. You will be the second streamer who I got to eat bugs. I hear stop. Stop it. Stop it. I don't like where this is going. I automatically do not appreciate where this is going. Thank you. Have a nice day. Pick in Discord. Yep. I don't like looking at spiders. They scare me. They scare me a whole bunches. UV camera based. Unless it's like a jumping spider. I'm fine with jumping spiders. Those are cute. They still got Doll and Boffy got Viola. Both baddies if you want to, I do want to Google. That's why I asked, because I want to Google. Okay. What about Tarantula? I'm okay. I'm okay. One Piece. Viola. Oh, damn! She's kind of a baddie. Ooh, she's a Spanish baddie, too. Love. And then... Doll? Maybe we could get a couples play of Grounded for October. Ugh, I'd cry. Unless someone bought us the game, probably. Damn! I'm jealous of Pixels. Doll? Oh, Doll, though? Doll, though? Doll, though? You said okay, so send it? No. I said I'm okay, as in, I won't look at it. Listen. If you spoiler it and you put it in the fridge, I might look at it. As long as it's not super scary and zoomed in on its face. I don't like bug faces, especially. I have to go to the bathroom. Guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, okay? UV camera based. Let me just, and then, this one. How do you spoiler stuff? When you go to put the message in, there should be like a little eyeball, I think. Let me look. Because I don't remember. I said I was gonna play Rent Lords. We'll play Rent Lords when I come back. For a little bit. Yeah, you put it in there and it should be like loaded into the chat, and then when you load it into the chat, there's this little eyeball icon. If you eyeball it, it becomes a spoiler and it shows the spoiler on it. I have to go to the bathroom really quick, like really bad, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna save this, and then we're gonna play Rent Lord for a little bit because I want to. I'll be right back. I'm back. Pickle said you because I went to the bathroom the same time he was gonna go to the bathroom. Let the spiders Mary stop being arachnophobic. That's not how that word works. Oh yeah, I saw that video. The Zentrea video about the spider. I think I saw one about the about her and her experience with the cockroach. Oh my god, that is scary. That is scary, Condemned. That is scary. That's scary. Okay, I'll listen to it, but like I can't look at it. Oh god, I gotta look at it to unmute it. Oh my god. Oh, your mom sounds so nice. I can't look. I can't look. It's scaring me. Your mom sounds really nice though. I like your mom. She sounds nice. We gotta listen to... I gotta add this whole playlist. Cool. Alright, now time to cut this baby on up. And then you show. And then unfold. And then spin, scale. Oh, I didn't do this one? Oh, I put my headset on backwards. Everything is made up of nothing. Everything is made up and nothing matters is words. I'll use words how I like, ma'am. What is happening? You're the writer. You use it however the fuck you want to use it, man. What? What's happening? Did I miss something? Actually, these ones are the long ones, right? Hi, Moira. Oops. My bad, you're in focus mode, so you forgot things you say and can't- What that God damn! God damn! Oh, god damn, Kiwi! Oh, I felt that in my gut! Why? Ah, fuck. Okay, I can read. It says everything is made up and nothing- I'll use words how I'd like, ma'am. Oh, this is a comment to my arachnophobia comment, isn't it? Well, also, fuck you. Oh, my headset restarted after I blew that raspberry. Hello? Headset? My headset dying? Oh, my headset is dying. I was like, what the fuck? Did Kiwi just smite my headset? No, I did, because I didn't fucking change the battery in my headset before I started streaming. I repeat my quote I put in the Discord. The internet is my weapon and the clip is extended. I like it. I kind of want to make these bigger. Okay, now layout. I think that's okay. Okay, this is... Yeah. So subcharms separated. Love like a lullaby. Dun dun dun. Kiwi, is it a bad thing that I can't read when I'm focused? Can you read when you're focused? Probably. I mean, you write stuff, so. I love the people that sing in this. Oh my god. I can't spell when I'm focused or blink or remember basic. Okay, no, that's valid. A very funny way of putting it. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, you can't tell me this isn't cute though. You can't tell me that this isn't cute though. But maybe I need to... What? Oh my god. Wandering, hypershade. Dun, dun. Just call this charm. Assign. And then assign. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Assign. Assign. What the fuck? Who's those alone? In pain. I'm done hiding like I'm born to be. X. Nope. Fighting. I'm shining like I'm born to be. I think my top 3 are Your Idol, What It Sounds Like, Golden. Ooh, fuck. I think mine might be... I'm gonna have to listen to them all. I'll have to listen to them all and then I'll get back to you on that, because I don't know. It's very tied for Golden, Free, and then Your Idol. Maybe What It Sounds Like, but I don't know. I don't remember the difference, but yeah. Wait, no, I do know the difference. Ooh. It might be Golden. I think I'm the same. Except I would switch. I think it's mine is... I don't know. I have to listen to What It Sounds Like, and then I'll decide. Oh, right, okay. To the movie, except when they did Soda Pop. It's a cute song. It's not surprising. Okay, I wanted to play this, but I'm too deep into what I'm doing. File, new, 2K texture. Pictures, screenshot. Hold on, let me just play What It Sounds Like, and then we'll... Can't go back. Voices of the light, this is what it sounds like. Also, imagine an American boy band dressing up like Old West priests and doing a concert about stealing your soul. I know, right? It's fucking crazy. I like it was very interesting though. I liked it a lot. This is what it sounds like. Yeah, I'll just do it in this one. Keychain. Yeah. This is when we can't go back. Oh god, this is so hard to pick one I like more. Oh my god, I just like them all. The light, this is what it sounds like. Oh, I just realized what I wanted to do with that Maya file. The light instead. Actually, I just need to flip these up, actually. Okay, I can do that. Okay. Let's do that in here. The pieces I go back. There. Hand stroke. Like this is what it sounds like. up inside my head. Harmony. That's just what it sounds like. I just realized. I don't feel like that's the way to do it either. Because when you look up, oh, it is upside down. That's not what I expected. Okay. All right. This needs to be surface. This feels like a weird contribution of Loser Baby. Alright. Now I'm gonna make this one for myself. I don't really want to listen to the song. I keep humming it, but I don't really want to listen to it. Steam Deck is not. The outline thing here is gonna do the same thing, right? Yes. Okay. Do like 8. Ooh. Hold on, be right back. I'm back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that long hiatus for a second. My mom called and I had to let her... She had to tell me about some life stuff. Anywho, next, you're right. I haven't worked in... That's what... It's salt. It's like electrolytes. It is salt, but isn't it, like, different, though? Isn't it more than just salt? I'm pretty sure it's more than just salt. I feel like there's a fine balance of the amount of salt that you need, you know? This song is crazy. Ooh. Oh my god. Like, don't you need, like, other stuff? I feel like you need other stuff, too. Poison, 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 poison. There we go. I might make those thinner so they're like little tassels. Oh my god, my knee popped. Alright, making my own charm, and I think I like it. I think? I feel like this should be smaller though. Like thicker and smaller, so like 35. And then it's driving me out of my mind. It's hard for me to find. Out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love her. My girl is poison. I feel like it's unbalanced now. I just feel like this should be thicker, you know? Supposed to be the main, like, charm thing. Go, go. On Tuesday. Ooh, I should make some. Damn, you having like a gourmet meal over there, Vex? What the fuck? I heard it. I heard yesterday. We got it. But I attended. Medical. When I'm cooking for myself, I just turn off my brain to make whatever food my body wants. I'm jealous. Mainly because I can't cook. Time. That should be 10. 10. Do 4. This is 4. Oh my god. The best. The worst way I was in your dress. Those were faces hurt since April. Loving better. The rosy sweater. Not you, not you. You. I'm gonna be in this mode. There we go. And then let's do the white outline. I think it's this one. Nope. Oh, it is. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh well. Is it an oh well? No, it's not. Fuck. Fuck, chat. I didn't think about this. Okay. I burned my hand. Oh my goodness, Vexed. Are you okay? You gonna be okay? Do you have burn cream? Better have some burn cream. I'll live. Goodness gracious. Well, you'll have some nice stories for whoever you end up with. Like, oh my god, how'd you get all these scars? And I'll be like, cooking. Or you could just make up something crazy. Yeah, each to their own. I just pretend it's a bear attack. Alright, not a bad idea. Don't care about that. Oh fuck. Oh my goodness. Do that 4. Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, is it because it's not on the outside? Yeah, I think that fixes it. But let's do it as 8. You walking on the campus, Superman says nothing romances. How am I supposed to pretend? Where's my expand stroke? This one. Expand stroke. Ooh. I've been attacked by 24 bears alone while I was saving orphans and puppies. Really, I just break a lot of bones and crash a lot of cars and burn myself a lot. Hey man, that's a fun life, you know? It's better than like a life where maybe you don't do any of those things because you gotta live, you know? You gotta live your life the way you want to live your life. And if your life means living it by crashing cars and getting burned, who am I to judge? You know? That's what I always say. That's what I always say. Oh, that's what I always say. Scars mean you've had fun. Yeah. Agreed. Sorry. But yeah, no, it's fun. It means you've lived. Scars means you've lived. Okay, what the fuck? I thought we agreed to be in the center. I think that's fine. And then you get this one at 4, at 8. At 8. At 4. At 1, what the fuck? At 4. on the stolen grass. Living on the balcony after class. Oh. Okay, I'll deal with that after I try these guys. What is up with this? No, I want it to be. Oh, no. Boop, boop, boop. Ooh, girl, what you got? You stop to get enough. Honey, honey pie, honey, honey, honey pie. Let me get this star again. Posted photos. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Let me see, let me drool. Yes! Ooh, fuck. Making me hungry, Vex. How could you do this? How could you make me so hungry? I thought we were friends. Oh. Are you at least gonna share? Are you at least going to share some of that food? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, honey, honey pie, honey, honey, honey pie. Oh, honey, honey pie, honey pie. Ooh, girl, don't you stop. Marker, I won't stop until you're marker. I won't stop until you're marker. What you want? Won't stop until you're marker. I won't stop until you're marker. Ooh, girl, what you stop? Don't you stop to get enough. Honey, honey pie, honey, honey. Don't worry, I'm rapidly approaching Seattle with a full spread. Yippee! Yippee! I'm excited. Go ahead, yeah, that's fine. That's how fun it is. Every baby, when it's fine. You can go as you like to. I can go without you. You can go as you like to. I can go without you. Been running in circles, losing all my heart, and I wanna show you what you like. You say, 'cause I really want you to want me. You say, okay, but I really want you to want me. I'm gonna hurt again, that's fine. I know it's fine. I would like to, I can go without you. I would like to, I can go without you. Been running in circles, losing my heart, and I'll show you what you like. Tell you 'cause I really want you to want me. Say okay, I really want you to want me. Running in circles, I don't know what to tell you. Like, say 'cause I really want you to want me. I really want you to want me. I love you. Noise? Cool? I love you. Be deleted. This is the star. I wanna show you. Like, I just really want you to want me. You say, okay, I really want you to want me. Then running in circles, my heart and show you. Say, I really want you to want me. You say, okay, I really want you to want me. Alright. There's this and this. And then what else would I have on mine? I feel like maybe this heart charm. You know exactly where I'll get. You know. Okay, let me actually export this to see how this looks. Because I don't know if any of this is gonna look great. So I can only export the downloads, save, add an image, browse. Okay, so I'd make this center a little brighter. And maybe make these smaller. You know exactly what I'm talking. Let's try these colors. I think these colors will work well. Hopefully. I'm just like worried how it'll compete with the green. I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let's... The only problem is like the width of it is kind of big. That's kind of cute though. Kind of small. Oh, let me hide the other one. This one. How do I cat meowing? What's the matter, Momo? What's the matter, Beanie? Oh. Oh, my baby. Oh, Moira Bug, are you okay? Are you okay, Momo Bug? Is Momo Bug okay? Or I'm going to do this. You can have both. Goodbye. Love you. Oh, silly baby. Please tell her I said Vex says. It comes from chat, Moira. I got you, Vex. Don't worry. Message been received. Go. I don't really like how this heart sits. Can only explain. I think that's cute. Oh. The only problem is I can't make. Well, I guess I can. Oh my gosh. Lord Satan stands impressed. I do. Comes to the ground. Oh, girl, it's you. I lie with the atom bomb locks in. Oh, it's you. Baby, this one. There you go. Do I like that more? I feel like I've done this wrong. As the earth burns to the ground. Oh boy, it's you that I lie with. As you had a bomb locks in. Oh, it's you. Be with the world. As a world came. Oh, it's you that I lie with. The animal walks in. It's true. And death will You know what? Go back. I want this to get bigger. I don't know why that feels so loud. Oh, it's because I turned on my headset earlier. Layer. Span to stroke. 4. Breaker. Hi, baby. There we go. B-O-Y, mom was born, M-A-M-A-B-O-Y, mom was born. Alrighty. I like the top is like shifted now. This part and these parts. Oh, there's a 2. It's time to let time pass through. See, how's that? End of the tunnel light, and the headlights on the red light, headlights on the red, we're not there. It's weird, but it's clear right there. No one knows. I'm asking for much to do. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. Whoa! It's a smattering of stuff. B, thank you. Vex, I got apples, pizza, macaroni, and steak. Tri-tip. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. And guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna watch Good Mythical Morning when we do. Did I watch it on this account? I didn't know it was on my other account. Yeah. Are you still spending so much time? What's this one? Okay. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Cool. Ooh, they use duck fat for these egg rolls. I love duck. My favorite bird. I haven't had duck since December. I haven't had duck since I moved to Colorado. I don't know, to Oregon. It's been like a year. My dense crustiness. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh! Mm-hmm. I think it really depends. Oh my god, donuts. Ooh, a duck. Interesting. Uh-huh. Mm. Yeah, we're watching the second half. Excuse me? Mm. That's very interesting. No nuts, just dough. Interesting. Interesting. That's funny. Mm. No, I don't like it anymore. Not society. Ravioli. I feel like the lard is not going to be great. Yeah, I agree. Deep fried ravioli isn't bad though. Seed of the cotton. It'd be so funny if cottonseed is not actually cottonseed, like not actually from a cotton plant that we think of, but it's a completely different plant. Because I have whimsy, yeah. Not everybody can. I feel like it would be good with the ravioli. 4 cheese ravioli. Mmm. That's valid. What? I feel like the clarified butter on like ravioli, like just like clarified, like butter and pasta makes sense, you know? So I feel like it makes sense that they like it the most. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Unless you're poor. I mean, you can't. I mean, we have quite a few oils in my house, but I don't have dog fat, man. Oh shit, the blind taco taste test. We're gonna have to watch that next time. I don't know if I want to listen to another one. Am I still finishing my pizza? And I haven't eaten all my dinner. I've eaten like half of my dinner. But I'm getting full, so I don't know if I should watch another video now. Are vegan eggs better than real eggs? What the fuck? Oh, there's like multiple. There's like tofu, just egg, and a real egg. Huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. We'll probably just eat them. Why is she whispering like that? I probably thought it was embarrassing. Too much egg. Okay, I'm done eating my food. Thank you for having dinner with me. I close the group. Go back to what we were doing, which is this. I don't know why. Is an infinite supply. Goodbye. I want it to be shorter like that. I think it's more elegant when it's like wider like this, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I feel like you can't really see it because it's like, what? To the world one try. Oh my god, okay. There's much more to say about only finding stuck in and trying to get something out of it in places. I told me something better sound. I was a kid stuck in this room. There's much more to say about it. Any old shit to get out of it. So, oh well, look who's inside again. Not to look for the reason to hide it. Well, honey, you found it. Now come out with your hands up. We've got you surrounded. I think I like that. Chat, what are we thinking? Do we like it? Oh man, so cute. Thank you. I'm making one for my overlay so it kind of matches the one that I give you guys. I feel like I like it like on this side better because like it makes more sense to me, but at the same time it's kind of like I feel like it's less in the way if it's on the right side. She likes a boy, she likes a boy, she likes a boy. I'm not a boy, I'm not a I feel like I'm tired. Moira, are you okay? Are you okay? I just stuck this in all. I really like how this looks as it is, but it's like, I don't know if I like... That makes sense. That's a good song. My insides are red and yours are too. Red and my face is matching you. As you're bleeding, what a wonderful feeling. My head is just reeling. I had meant you. Leave me high and dry. A rush comes through my eyes. Of love you leave behind. Oh my god. This is what's inside. Maybe I like this more. Cause I really miss you. Just gonna fix these. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Needs to go in the in-between. Alright, let's do it like this again. I think that adjustment will be good. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it's kind of cute, right? Oh my god. Bad example, I guess. And there you go. I feel like that's cute. Let me open DaVinci and see, because I usually work in DaVinci as well. Yeah. Alright. Oh, we like it. You like the one on the overlay? I'm more like asking about the one on the overlay. Gotta move the center point of this. Yeah, I mean, this is the one on the overlay, but it's like, yeah. The angle has him getting a bit lost? What does that mean? Like, he's too dark, so he's like getting lost in the background. You down what you mean? He doesn't look like he belongs. He just looks tacked on and gets lost in the noise. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. How do I make him look? I don't know how to make him look like he belongs. Cause like I want to put him so. Cause I've always had like a charm on my stream, you know. Well, I have as of late. Like I could put him. I mean, the only other thing, right, is like, cause like, hold on, is it? Where did I put it? Image 3. This is what the original charm looks like, you know? You don't really pay attention to it, it's just kind of there. It doesn't fit as well. But I don't want to make these too small. I say as they are uneven. Because then it like changes its shape a lot. Hold on, I think I can fix it. Oh God. Yeah, well, I don't want the old one anymore. Pixels, are we going swimming tomorrow? I just remembered. I just remember too. Yippee. Okay. Oh fuck. Took a break to grab a snack from my wife and turned into letting me rant about how annoying work has been. Fuck yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let that shit go, you know? I hope you're feeling better though, and I'm sorry that work's been annoying. If you ever need to rant to us, or me in my DMs, feel free to. Okay, what about that, Pixels? It's also gonna move. Keep in mind, it's also gonna like sway a little bit. I could give it a little hook as well, I just didn't because I don't know if I'm going to yet. Kiwi, what do you think? It was a good weight off my shoulders. That's understandable. Sometimes you just gotta vent about stuff, and that's completely valid. Like, I was like, I did not trick my brain, and I was wondering how you tied it. Oh, like how I would have tied it to my like scene. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god. Stop moving. Stay there. Oh, I'm like you actually thought I thought you actually made the knot. Oh, you mean like this? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I made it in real life. So, you know, that counts for something. I have to redo my face tracking. But yeah, I mean, I think it looks okay. I need Pixels' eyes because Pixels was the one that's like, it looked off. So I want to make sure that maybe to him it looks better. Or it has one. Also, I like the perfection on the jade. It feels realistic while looking cartoony. Thank you. I didn't do it to this one because I got lazy, but this one I feel like it looks really nice. Maybe I should add like a little line. Do it this way. Then I made it white. And 1% is this? 41. That one. I think the off feeling might be because it's kind of stiff. There's like there's wires in the string. That's valid. I will make it move and stuff, so hopefully that'll help that feeling. But I don't know. If I did soft light. Export. I feel like the big reason why it's getting lost is because like a lot of my UI is dark, so if like my UI is lighter, it like you can see it better comparatively. I don't really know. I do. I get a lot of those. I love jade. Jade is like one of my favorite gemstones. I know if I change this to white, it would look stronger. Okay, well, how about this brain? How about this? Wait. This is center, tassels. I used to get so many, started getting auction walkthroughs. That's crazy. It's because of Jade auction. That's crazy. I used to get, I think I used to get ones about, like, Chinese, like, Chinese, like, almost like drama TV shows about it. But that's as far as that one for me. I didn't get, like, actual auctioning ones. I just want to know, because it's gonna fuck me up if I feel like this looks better, but it's gonna make sense if it does. Oh, it looks better, Chad. It looks so much better. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, it stands out so much more, doesn't it? Oh, it stands out so much more! Oh my god. I'm so upset. I want it to be blue, but the red looks so much better. Give me this red. Give me this. Let me give it this red. It looks better, doesn't it? Okay, new take. What if it goes back to blue, but it's like this kind of blue, you know? What if we go like a blue? It has more saturation, but it's also like lighter, I think. Nope. Okay, what about that blue? Aw? Aw? Like a majority of it. Squish on mode, you got it. Oh, I gotta hide my default. Hello. Oh, it's hard to see you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Okay, what about... My Google Home turned on, it scared me. What about this blue, though? Are we vibing with the blue? Hold on. Wait, we should do both. Oh. Damn it. Alright, here's the red one. And now I gotta remake the blue one because I accidentally turned it off. And lets me go. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking we could never be a pair. Oh, it's hard to need you, but I miss you. Come here. Go away. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. I'm thinking, I'm not thinking. No, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Alright, which one do we like more, the blue or the red? I'm thinking it's the red, isn't it? Fuck. Blue? We're liking the blue? We could do a mix. It's not like we couldn't do a mix, to be fair. Blue for a Wayne. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to thinking and not thinking. I know I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Alright, what about this one? Or all blue, fuck. Because the all blue one is broken. What? Now let's fix this one. I will say the duo colors do add a bit of dimensionality to it that I like. I don't think I'd make it so saturated, I think maybe. %. And the red at the top only adds... Yeah, like it's not too much, but it just adds a bit of that like separation. That way you can get the vibe of it. Yeah, I think I like that more than the saturated blue. Yeah. Am I gonna make this separate? I don't think I am. I think these are gonna be there together. Separate. Let's try. Oops. Okay. The center. Rasterize. Hi, Pancake. How are you? Okay. This is the best. Put my heart on my chest so you can see it too. I'm okay. How are you? I'm alright. Just vibing, just making a new charm for stream because I can. Eyes in your dress tangles my neck. How do I live? Watch the waterfall. Okay, I think this is all good now. I'll be left out. Tenth of a bachelor. My mind it's like my heart is going to burst. At a table for two, and I just wanna be her. You think of me, you've ever had with me. Well, even though you sad. A long road, watching the sky fall. Listen, your dress tangles my neck. I think everything is all good now. Except for this guy. Uh-oh, it's a fitting fall. Oh, this guy? Okay. I think that's the only guy left. The Bachelor. I lied. Eyes. Cool. Cool. Oh, 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 sing a waterfall. Heart. String. Should be star. Star string. High off one. Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead it to the man. Man, I'm chillin'. Nice, I'm glad. I love the sign, alright. Alright. Not. That's not how you spell not. Right. Hee. I'm glad that I can entertain you with my musical playlist. I used to scream the song. It's a good song. I'm going to hum it at the store. One, two, three, four. Main charm. Actually, it should be upper string. And then ooh, wrong ones. The tie off. Ocean moon. Goes down here. First string. Mid string. Jade. Ring. Jade orb 1. Orb 2. String is this? Big man someday ago. Oh wait, this is lower. And 3. That should be 4. That should be 3. This is lower castle. That's 2. Take on the world someday, you got blood on your face. Big disgrace. Even your banner all over the place. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think I'm just gonna animate that tomorrow. I'm not super in a mood to live 2D rig this right now, so we'll just keep it with this one. Alright, and then I'll do... I like these colors. Maybe do like a... well, maybe. Because... Leave the head pamps. I forgot a whole part that I wanted to add. Oh my. I still want to add it though. I don't think it's necessary. You like the colors? Is it less bad now? You like it more now? I don't know. Let's go texture it. Yeah, I'll feel. I have a thought. What if the bottom 2 lines were flipped so it breaks out of the border? Oh, yeah, we can do that. Gotta reopen the program. It's also gonna be moving. I don't know if you heard me anytime that I've ever said that, but it will be moving. Like that? Let me know what you think. Okay. So try this one, yeah. Refresh. There you go. Okay. Baby mode, okay. Are we small enough? Hello. I don't know what colors I want to make these. Hi, Quasha. How you doing? Thank you for the check-in, Bex. Maybe one won't be yellow because we have the star that makes it yellow. Fuck, goddammit, I never remembered to do that. That's okay. That's okay. It's an optional thing. You don't have to do it. I like these colors. Oops. Face. Thank you, Trust. How you doing, Bet? Quetza, sorry. How you doing, Quetz? I hope you're having a good day. When angels deserve to die. Bow, bow. On and up, about to get some food and watching one of my good friends stream, so I'm extra happy. Yep! I'm glad. What kind of food are you gonna have? I find it very interesting that this is not the same, which pisses me off. The editor. Please. Oh, cool. Okay. Into your hand, I command your spirit. Why have you forsaken me? You have forsaken me. These should all be the same sound. Scale, layout now. Scale, layout these. Oh, out of that guy. Yes. I'm going to bed early. Night, Elaine. Have fun with the rest of the day. Thank you. Sleep well. Thank you. I gotta bake this again. What is up with this? Let's do this. Actually. I just want to get this at least base textured. That's fine. Are they really the same size? Hmm. Why does it do that? I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, they should be even. I don't quite understand this. This is like, it's not the same. Why is it? Set. Who did the brim at the brim and lemma ding dong? Why is it so much different? Yeah, history. Get set. Oh, that didn't change size at all. I'm sick of feeling that you're not the only one. You by the hand if you will understand. When happiness doesn't work. My head if everyone's gonna understand. Let me separate them. Oh. Nothing at all without love. Good enough. What the fuck? What if I did this again? Anger and agony of the misery. Give, God damn it, give it. Give the edge. Give it. There we go. Now they're like similar in size, I think. Mesh. Let's do that for both of these. Oops. I like it rough, cause I'd rather feel pain. Oh. Edit, delete all my type. History. History. Why does this still feel weird? Alright, well, we'll export it and see what happens. Yep. I think this is similar now. Except for one thing. Layout up. Oh, there you go. Like a dog on a leash.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Thank you, thank you. Edit, re-import mesh. About the what? 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 Okay. Oh, girls are never enough. Okay, now they should all be the same. Nice. Pretty good to me. Now we gotta bake. I'm so gonna see what I show you. Okay, this. Oh, right, I need some. I want to do it like the paracord stuff that I have. But it's more like chevron pattern, I think. Walk away. Back to the very next. Back. Came back. Oh, the bitch came back. Let's do a height thing. And then we'll add a filter, and then we'll blur it. This is for the string. I'm an idiot. Going to the sounds of hysteria. Don't mind fucking noise. There should be jade in this. Be there. Bonk. And blackness. Bonk. 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 This goes underneath here. Color edges, color cloud base. Rage of paranoia. A new kind of tension. And then I think this needs to be smaller. Yeah, that's one. There's nothing for all. I'd like this to be less. I have that on here too, right? Yep. There's a gradient though. There we go. Alright, and then we're gonna do a little silver, which is super easy because it's just gonna be these guys, and then a black mask, and here. I can't yet. Oh, by the million. Cool. This is chain. Black mask. Until the hour. Cool. Do this over to gold. Honestly, this is super cute. I just really like how it's turning out. Cool. And then I'm just gonna put a name on here, and then we'll call it for today. So this. Oh. Let's do. I need a list. Where's my list? What is it? This will go beneath here. And this will be written in black. Yes. I do indeed think I like that. I would like the roughness of this to be bonk. Bonk. But then this one to have a roughness a little bit shiny, yeah? Nice. And then alright. Squish it a little bit. No. There we go. Hog. Maybe make it like a gray instead of a full black. Cute. Okay. This is charm. Okay. That's, I think, what we'll end here for today. My neck is stiff and I'm a little tired. Who are we gonna go raid, you ask? I don't know yet. Ooh, a goblin's playing Date Everything. And they're in an orb. They're in an orb. Okay. We're gonna go to Egg Goblin. We're gonna go raid them. So have fun hanging out with them. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you guys a lot. Thank you for sticking it with me. Here's a raid message. You don't have to use the raid message, but I appreciate it if you did. If you did, because then they know where you came from. Other than that, I hope you guys have a lovely motherfucking night. Good night, everyone. I love you. Bye-bye.